Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Sisi sote tuangamize ufisadi. Thank you. We remain upstanding for a word of prayer from Dr. Ernest from Uganda. Dr. Ernest.
Let us pray. Dear God, we are gathered in your presence this morning as the East Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Agencies, together with our partners and representatives and delegates from the East African community, Africa, and world over. As we start our anti-corruption conference and AGM, we invite you in our midst to guide our deliberations so that they shall not be mere words, but they shall be a renewal of our commitment to fight corruption, our commitment to stop the flow of illicit finances, and that you shall give us the grace and the strength to put into action each and every decision that we take, that at the end of your day, we will see East Africa rise, Africa rise, and that we shall serve your people diligently. We thank you, God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. We may have our seats. Colleagues who have just come in, kindly settle down. Our chief guest who will be joining us later, His Excellency Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Republic of Kenya, the President of Eaaaca, who is also the Inspector General of the Government of Uganda, Honorable Lady Justice Aisha Mbatara, the Vice President of Eaaaca, who is also the Chief Executive Officer of the EACC, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud, the Vice Chairperson of EACC, Dr. Monica Muhiro, Commissioners of EACC, Colonel Retired Alfred Mushimba, Commissioner Dr. Cecilia Mutuku, the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya, FCPA, Nancy Ngathungu, Deputy Ambassador of the European Union to Kenya, His Excellency Audrey Simek, Heads of Anti-Corruption Agencies, Development Partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this anti-corruption conference during the 16th Eaaaca conference held today in Nairobi. As I have indicated, our chief guest will be joining us shortly on account of other commitments. But however, the executive committee has resolved that we continue with our meeting. When the chief guest joins us, we'll be able to do the opening. However, we will proceed to receive remarks as provided in the program, and we'll continue with the program until when the chief guest joins us. So, to start us off, we'll receive some brief remarks from the Acting General Secretary of Eaaaca, Madam Munira Hali. Welcome, Madam Munira.
I don't know why Mr. Moe is saying they are brief remarks, and he really emphasized brief remarks. Mr. Moe, they are not brief. A very good morning to you all. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to sincerely thank you all for being here with us this morning. And it is indeed my great honor and privilege. I'd like to ride on the protocol, because if I go through what he has just gone through, then I'll no longer be making brief remarks. I do recognize each and every one of you in your various capacities, and I really want to thank you for making it to this 16th Anti-Corruption Conference of the Eastern Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. I am delighted to see such a distinguished gathering of policymakers, practitioners, experts, and partners who have come together to exchange knowledge, strengthen collaboration, and advance our collective fight against corruption and illicit financial flows in the Eastern Africa region. On behalf of the Secretariat of the Eastern Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities, I sincerely extend our appreciation to all our member institutions and partners for your continued commitment and support towards the work of the association. Without you, we would not be here today. This conference represents one of the most important platforms within Eaaaca for dialogue, reflection, and strategic engagement on emerging trends and challenges in the prevention and combating of corruption in the region. It provides us with a unique opportunity to share experiences, identify innovative solutions, and strengthen cooperation among institutions that are at the forefront of promoting integrity and accountability in our region. This is indeed the strength of this association, and that is why we are still in existence and standing strong, and we are making almost 20 years, and nothing is pulling us down. I'd like us to recognize that. Thank you. Over the years, Eaaaca has remained committed to strengthening regional cooperation among anti-corruption authorities. Through joint initiatives, capacity building programs, policy development, and partnerships with regional and international organizations, the association has contributed significantly to enhancing the capacity of member institutions to prevent and combat corruption effectively. Allow me to express our gratitude to our partners. They are supported by the German Embassy, European Union, the French government, through GIZ, UNODC. I really want to recognize each and every one of you, and thank you so much for the continued support to Eaaaca and its programs. Your contributions have been instrumental in enabling the association to implement impactful initiatives that strengthen anti-corruption efforts across the region. As we commence this conference this morning, I am indeed confident that the discussions and outcomes from this gathering will contribute meaningfully to advancing transparency, accountability, and good governance in Eastern Africa. I want to recognize and greatly appreciate the heads of the anti-corruption agencies present here. I would have requested them to stand just for recognition, but let me not do that. But I want to thank each and every one of you. You have supported this association since it started in 2007. And without you, I don't know where we would be. I pray that we will remain a strong organization many more years to come. I recognize and thank the president of the association, who is also the Inspector General of Government and happens to be my boss back in Kampala, together with the Secretary to the Inspectorate of Government, Mrs. Rose Kafero. Thank you so much for supporting me to do the work of the association. I'm really grateful. I recognize and thank the CEO and Secretary to EACC for hosting us for this whole week. CEO, you don't know what has been happening behind the scenes, but you have a very supportive team. Thank you so much. We've worked so hard, we've worked tirelessly, and seeing this happening today gives me a lot of pleasure. In a very special way, allow me to recognize AG Nancy. AG Nancy, we have met outside Kenya for the last 2 years, and that's why I call her AG Nancy, because that's what we call her whenever we meet. For being here with us and representing the collaboration that anti-corruption agencies have with Supreme Audit institutions. Asante sana and karibu. Thank you all once again for coming here this morning, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a very successful conference. Asante sana.
Can you give Monira another round of applause? Thank you, Monira, for steering the association as the acting general secretary. Our next set of remarks will come from the UNODC Deputy Regional Representative for Eastern Africa, Mr. Koen Makering. Mr. Koen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, heads of anti-corruption agencies present here, country focal points for the Asset Recovery Network, Arinea, partners, colleagues, good morning. I already had the opportunity to speak with some of you this morning, and I've realized that this is a very diverse group from many different countries around the region. And this is an important forum for exchange of information and experiences. At the same time, I've seen the program for the events and activities this week, and it's really truly impressive what you've put together. I've heard from the colleagues that already there have been important deliberations, consultations, and important common recommendations and decisions as well on important topics that are on our common agenda, including on asset recovery. So I would like to say, first of all, that it's a genuine privilege for me to be here to address you on behalf of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and to congratulate you on the work that you're doing and to wish you well in all that you do and to express our full commitment to the shared mission that unites us here today. Let me start by expressing sincere appreciation to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Eaacc, and to the East African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities for hosting this important event here in Nairobi, as well as the US Department of State, INL, the European Union, GIZ, and all other development partners for your support and generous contributions that have made these week's events possible. I know this is always a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of coordination, preparation, and it's all coming together this week, so that is really appreciated from our side. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that UNODC, with our regional office for Eastern Africa, we cover 13 countries across the Eastern Africa sub-region. I know actually the forum here goes beyond that. I already spoke with a colleague from Gambia, for example. But we see in the region that we cover that there is enormous potential. Enormous potential on the one hand, but of course also vulnerabilities that we must collectively address. Eastern Africa is one of the most dynamic and fastest growing regions here on the continent. If we put everything together, there is a combined GDP of approximately 350 billion US dollars. And if we look at annual trade flows, these account for over 200 billion US dollars. So this is a region that serves as a critical gateway for regional and international commerce, for connecting landlocked economies to global markets, through key trade corridors, through ports, through financial hubs. And this expanding digital ecosystem that we see, and the major infrastructure investments, the growing urbanization, and also deepening integration under frameworks such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, make it an increasingly attractive destination for international investors and global businesses. At the same time, this very integration and strategic positioning also intensifies the region's exposure to illicit financial flows. This can include trade-based money laundering, corruption, the abuse of complex corporate structures, and also the growing use of virtual assets to conceal illicit proceeds. According to some data, Africa loses nearly 3.7% of the continental GDP to illicit financial flows. And of course, this region, Eastern Africa, is not immune to this trend. As a strategic nexus for regional and global commerce, this means that the region really sits at a kind of crossroads of both opportunity but risk as well. And it is within this context that UNODC and our regional office for Eastern Africa has deepened its technical assistance, our programmatic engagement across member states. Our work in the region is grounded in the firm belief that strengthening crime prevention, criminal justice, and financial integrity systems are a prerequisite for sustainable development. Let me briefly highlight some examples of our work. Of course, I cannot cover all the countries where we work, all the areas of our work, but a flavor of some of the areas where we're engaged together with you. Let me start here in Kenya. In Kenya, UNODC has been a committed partner to the country, in particular through the European Union-funded PLEAD program that I think many of you are aware of. And this is a program that already across many years is promoting access to justice, in particular for vulnerable populations, but also it's a program that supports digitalization, enhanced collaboration and efficiency of the criminal justice system. Complementing this, the Africa Anti-Corruption and Financial Crime Hub, as well as the Illicit Financial Fusion Center that you see here on the banner, these are structures that support capacity building in financial investigations, asset recovery, beneficial owner transparency, whistleblower protection frameworks, and public procurement integrity. So these interventions directly support Kenya, but also partner member states across the platform, so across the region. And Kenya's role as the home of the regional center really makes it a cornerstone of our regional initiatives, and that's why it's great to host this event also here in Nairobi this week. Another example, Uganda. I had the opportunity to meet some of the participants and delegates from Uganda, and there also UNODC is implementing comprehensive programs on crime prevention and criminal justice, and these also promote enhanced monitoring of illicit financial flows, recovery of illicit assets. And under these interventions, for example, UNODC has supported Uganda's Financial Intelligence Authority. This has allowed it to expand its use of the so-called GoAML reporting system. And we see a growth, a 30% annual growth in registrations in this system. And now 100%, so basically all the reports are submitted through this platform. So this improves the financial investigations and the asset recovery work. We've worked to build capacity for AML-CFT investigations across law enforcement, across prosecutors, financial regulators, and supported the development of Uganda's second national AML-CFT strategy. And we commend Uganda on its successful removal from the FATF grey list. This is certainly a milestone that reflects sustained reform, interagency coordination, thank you, and political commitment. And I think you're all aware of this, and we acknowledge this, this achievement. One more example, Ethiopia. UNODC is engaged across multiple thematic areas. This includes criminal justice reform, counter-trafficking, anti-corruption and asset recovery. And again, through the East African Anti-Corruption Platform, Ethiopia has identified key priorities for technical assistance. For example, this includes establishing a centralized beneficial ownership registry, and I think this is a core focus also of this conference and the discussions this week. Other areas of work include training in forensic accounting, digital forensics, strengthening whistleblower protection frameworks. The UNODC World Bank STAR initiative has also supported Ethiopia's Attorney General's office in building its asset recovery directorate and training its staff. And I think asset recovery is certainly a core priority, and I'm very happy to see that that is also part of the deliberations this week, including through the Asset Recovery Network. Since the last annual meeting of the Eaaaca and also the Arinea Network in Addis Ababa in 2024, we see encouraging progress across the region. Several member states of the platform that were previously under increased monitoring by the Financial Action Task Force have made notable strides in strengthening their legal, institutional, and operational frameworks. We commend these efforts, and we encourage all member states to sustain and deepen their reform agendas, drawing on the regional cooperation platforms that Eaaaca and ARIN Eastern Africa provide. Of course, significant challenges do persist. Access to accurate and verified beneficial ownership information remains limited. Legal frameworks for non-conviction-based forfeiture require further strengthening in many jurisdictions. Asset management systems must be enhanced, because this is the way to ensure that recovered assets actually translate into tangible development outcomes. And criminal networks continue to evolve. They exploit new technologies. They exploit digital financial tools. Cross-border vulnerabilities are there, and they use them with increasing sophistication. So this is why we need platforms like these. This is why we need ARIN Eastern Africa. This is why we need the Eaaaca. They create the operational space for trust, cooperation, and joint action that no single institution can provide alone. We can't do it alone. We have to work together. And so looking ahead, our collective priorities are clear. We must operationalize beneficial ownership transparency in practice. It's not just a policy matter. We need to make it work. We must strengthen real-time cross-border cooperation and intelligence sharing. And we must ensure that asset recovery efforts lead not only to successful prosecutions, but also to effective return of illicitly acquired wealth with tangible impact for our citizens. Dear colleagues, dear partners, let me conclude and reaffirm that UNODC, our regional office for Eastern Africa, we remain fully committed to supporting you, to support all the member states of the Eaaaca in advancing this common agenda. We are committed for the long term through technical assistance, knowledge exchange, capacity building, sustained partnership. I wish you a successful conference, important discussions, and the recommendations coming out of this event certainly guide us in our future work. Thank you very much. Asante Nisana.
Another round of applause for Mr. Kuhn. The Anti-Corruption Agencies know UNODC has been a very practical partner in supporting the work of the SES, and therefore we appreciate UNODC. Thank you. Our next set of remarks will be done by the INL Director from the US Embassy, Nairobi, Madam Maureen Mimgard. She's also called Mo. Welcome, Maureen. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, association members, and colleagues, good morning. It is an honor to join you today for this critical gathering on anti-corruption and financial integrity in East Africa. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the EACC, the UNODC, and our hosts for organizing this important event, for their exceptional leadership in implementing anti-corruption programming across the region. I also want to acknowledge and thank our international partners, GIZ, the World Bank, the EU, others who join us in partnering and funding this important work. Our collaboration, along with the Eastern Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities, exemplifies the kind of international coordination that is essential to addressing the transnational challenge of corruption and illicit finance. The United States remains a steadfast partner to Eastern Africa. As an example, our relationship with Kenya over the last 60 years is a partnership that continues to expand across trade, investment, and governance. This enduring commitment is grounded in our shared values: transparency, economic growth, and regional stability. Strong diplomatic ties, robust investments, and growing trade relations bind us together, and we recognize that strengthening financial integrity is central to ensuring a secure and attractive environment for both regional and international investment. The U.S. Department of State's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, INL, the office that I represent at the American Embassy in Nairobi, is committed to supporting Eastern Africa's efforts to combat corruption, strengthen financial investigations, and advance asset recovery, and build robust cooperation across regional frameworks like this one. Our approach is strategic, sustained, and results-oriented. Through our partnership with UNODC, INL has supported the development of the East Africa Anti-Corruption Platform, coordinated by the Eastern Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities and all of you in this room. This platform has brought together practitioners through a series of consultations that has resulted in a comprehensive roadmap and indicators to track progress on anti-corruption and anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism, our AML-CFT efforts. INL is also funding the UNODC Illicit Finance Fusion Center for Africa. This center provides a vital coordination mechanism to effectively tackle financial crimes that enrich and enable organized crime groups. By bringing together law enforcement, financial intelligence units, prosecutors, and other key stakeholders, the Fusion Center strengthens our collective capacity to follow the money, disrupt criminal networks, and recover stolen assets. I want to take a few moments to highlight the concrete results of INL's support to advancing anti-money laundering and asset recovery efforts across Eastern Africa. We've hosted the Regional Asset Recovery and AML Workshop right here in Nairobi last November. This helped identify a group of financial indicators and asset recovery listings that were presented during the annual meeting, I think just yesterday, and are being formally considered for endorsement by this association. So thank you for your consideration and your hard work contributing to that effort. Likewise, we helped support the Customs Integrity and Border Control Workshop back in September in Arusha. This was also delivered jointly with the East African Community Association and national authorities. We have also hosted the Public Procurement and Integrity Systems Workstream in Kampala, another series of regional indicators to work toward progress and risk-based oversight. And we've also sustained capacity building on financial investigations and asset recovery across Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Uganda. These trainings on digital forensics, virtual assets, parallel financial investigations, and interagency coordination are contributing to strengthening investigative and prosecutorial outcomes, which are really important for that progress against the Financial Action Task Force FATF priorities. And finally, I want to mention that we're strengthening regional and international cooperation. As all of you here know, the Asset Recovery Interagency Network for Eastern Africa is also a broader practitioner cooperation framework that is helping with information sharing, joint investigations, and asset tracing across jurisdictions. So I want to acknowledge the significant progress made by those members here today toward achieving FATF compliance and the strengthening of national legal and institutional frameworks. This progress reflects the dedication and professionalism of practitioners all across the region, but we have to sustain the momentum. Corruption and illicit finance are adaptive threats, and our response must be equally dynamic. Effective anti-corruption efforts require a whole-of-government approach, bringing together law enforcement, prosecutors, financial intelligence units, tax authorities, customs officials, regulators, practically everyone. They also require robust cross-border cooperation. Criminal networks do not respect borders, and neither can our response. Regional networks like this one are essential to enabling the kind of coordinated, intelligence-led action that can dismantle criminal enterprise and recover stolen assets. These are not abstract concepts. They are practical tools that can deliver real results for the people of Eastern Africa. Going forward, we hope that you will focus your efforts on the emerging areas that are critical to our collective success: virtual assets and digital forensics, beneficial ownership transparency, and non-conviction-based forfeiture, all issues that we hope you will be working to tackle in the coming days, weeks, and months. And in conclusion, the United States remains fully committed to this partnership. We will continue to support building legal frameworks, operational capacities, and regional cooperation mechanisms needed to combat corruption and illicit finance. Thank you again to our hosts, to UNODC for their leadership, and to all of our international partners here with the association and beyond. It's your dedication to this critical cause that will help us make a difference together. Thank you.
We can appreciate Maureen once more. Thank you, Maureen, for your remarks and for the continued support to the anti-corruption agencies by the government of the United States. Our next speaker is the head of the GIZ Kenya Strengthening Good Governance Program, and this is Madam Judy Wagalwa. Madam Judy, please come and make your remarks.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, I think the guest of honor, who is on his way, I think. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Excellency present, all the heads of institutions, our focal points across the region, distinguished guests, good morning. I think mine will be very brief. First of all, just let me take this opportunity to pass our sincere gratitude to Eaaaca and Arinea for the wonderful work that we have seen, I think, across the week, including today. I think we have seen your efforts, and I think we want to thank you for the support you have given to our colleagues across the region. We want to thank you, KICC, for being good guests, and I think we have heard that clearly from the SG this morning, the General Secretary. Let me also appreciate the Government of Kenya, I think, for hosting this very esteemed AGM, and we still look forward to hearing more of what has happened the last 3-4 days. The fight against illicit financial flows and recovery of illegally acquired assets requires comprehensive interventions that focus on prevention, financial investigations, and asset recovery to deny criminals from enjoying illicitly acquired assets. International cooperation and collaboration among stakeholders are therefore crucial to facilitating information sharing and reducing bureaucratic systems that may hinder asset recovery efforts. With the foregoing, GIZ has worked continuously and supported Eaaaca and Arinea and the member states present here in implementing several activities, including setting up and updating of the Arinea Secure Exchange platform, facilitating peer-to-peer exchanges, supporting the development of asset recovery and management guidelines, but also policies development, undertaking and facilitating a lot of training on financial investigations, on asset recovery and management, both at the national and regional levels, with member states, among other support. The past few days of technical discussions have brought out some critical and emerging issues, including the shift by criminals to use virtual assets. GIZ is conducting capacity building at both national and regional levels on virtual assets, as well as other emerging areas to try to stay ahead of the criminals. We reiterate our continued commitment to support asset recovery initiatives with the aim of combating illicit financial flows and safeguarding our financial systems. We therefore would like to encourage member countries to tap into this particular commitment to strengthen institutional, countrywide, and regional measures on anti-money laundering and asset recovery, and even other organized crimes. We would like to recognize and acknowledge the partnership that we have enjoyed amongst the partners who are present here, and maybe others who are not able to join us, and would like to say that the space is big for us to be able to do this work. And therefore, we believe that because of the partnership that we have, and of course, our implementing partners, that's where we have been able to make a difference. And we continue to ask that we strengthen these partnerships to even make a bigger impact in issues around corruption and anti-money laundering, and even other organized crimes. I wish you, therefore, very productive deliberations during this week. I think we are finishing tomorrow, and hope that we continuously support the initiatives around us in the fight against corruption. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Judy. And Judy, the support from GIZ is much appreciated. GIZ played a critical role in making it possible for hosting this event. You worked closely with the EACC and the Eaaaca Secretariat. So we appreciate the support extended to Eaaaca by GIZ. Our next speaker is the Deputy Ambassador of the European Union to Kenya. And this is His Excellency Audric Simek. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. And very good morning to everybody here in the room. Let me just start by recognizing a few people in the room. I think I will start with the hosts. And so I'd like to recognize Mr. Abdi Mohamud, the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya, the Auditor General of Kenya, our close counterpart, Madam Nancy Gatungu, all the representatives of the anti-corruption institutions of the member states of Eaaaca, our partners from the UN and from the diplomatic community. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all one more time. I'm thankful for the invitation to be here today on behalf of the European Union to join you in the opening session of this important session, and I think this very important conference, the presentation of the Eastern African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities Strategic Plan, and the discussion about the lessons that you have learned from the fight against corruption in your respective countries. We see this as an important moment to take stock and to sharpen our collective response to corruption in East Africa. There is no doubt that everybody in this room agrees that corruption and illicit financial flows are clearly a direct threat to economic growth, public trust, and security. And we are in a particular context as well, a context of rising fiscal pressures, reduced development assistance, and global economic uncertainty. And in that particular context, there is simply no room for leakage anymore. Every euro, every shilling, every beer or franc lost to corruption is a missed investment in infrastructure, in health, in education, in jobs. Things that politicians in this region and in the European Union have on their mind every day. And that makes your role as anti-corruption authorities, I think, even more demanding than perhaps some years back. Now, strong national systems are essential. Effective investigations, independent prosecution, asset recovery, and preventive measures such as transparency in public procurement. But financial crime does not stop at borders. Illicit flows are often regional and global in nature, and that is also the reason why regional cooperation is not optional. It is critical if you truly want to make a visible progress. Mechanisms for intelligence sharing, joint investigations, and peer learning are among the most effective tools that we have. Networks such as Eaaaca, Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, and ARINEA provide good platform for such mechanisms. When they function well, they can significantly increase the chances of detecting, investigating, and recovering stolen assets. At the global level, the Financial Action Task Force sets the standards. It's a framework that promotes accountability and helps to identify weaknesses that can be exploited by criminal networks. Addressing these gaps is not just about compliance. It is about protecting own financial systems and economies. So working on compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations is not about satisfying uncomfortable international demands. It is about pursuing national interests. We as the European Union strongly support these standards, and we work actively to promote their implementation at home and in our partner countries. Within the European Union, combating financial crime is a top priority. We are strengthening our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing framework, including the establishment of a new EU-level authority to improve supervision and coordination among financial intelligence units. This reflects our recognition that fragmented approaches are not effective against sophisticated financial crime. Our cooperation with Africa is equally a priority. Through the SecFin Africa initiative, co-financed by Germany and France, we are supporting countries across sub-Saharan Africa to strengthen their anti-money laundering systems. This includes capacity building for law enforcement and regulatory authorities, support for digitalization and data systems, and improving institutional coordination. At the regional level, we are working closely with Eaaaca and other networks to strengthen governance structures, enable secure information sharing, and support joint investigation teams. At the national level, we support practical tools, financial intelligence analysis, case management systems, and asset tracing capabilities. Transparency is a key focus area. Beneficial ownership registers that were mentioned a few times by the previous speakers, when they are properly implemented and used, are truly a powerful tool to uncover hidden assets and prevent abuse of corporate structures. We are supporting their development and digitalization alongside broader efforts to strengthen accountability. I want to also mention civil society. They play a truly important role in demanding transparency and reinforcing democratic governance, and we support their engagement as part of a comprehensive approach. They are, along with media, your and our allies. The message today is simple. Frameworks and tools are in place, but the impact depends on implementation, on enforcement. It requires coordination across agencies, sustained political will, and focus on results, investigations completed, assets recovered, and systems strengthened. There is a need for more visible champions that speak out and take action. The European Union remains a committed partner. We value our cooperation with member states of Eaaaca, and we stand ready to deepen it both at national and regional levels. I wish you productive discussions and concrete outcomes from this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Can appreciate His Excellency once more. Thank you for the kind remarks. At this point, we are also going to receive remarks from the World Bank Executive Vice Presidency, and these remarks will be delivered on behalf of Mr. Sam Bwana by Mr. Michael Odhiambo. Welcome, Mr. Odhiambo.
Good morning, everybody. Allow me to write on the protocols already established and to pass along the apologies of Sam Bwana, who was supposed to be here to deliver this address, but is held up in Washington, D.C. Just by way of brief background, the Integrity Vice Presidency of the World Bank Group is the department within the World Bank that is responsible for the detection, prevention, and to deter corruption in bank projects. And the speech that I'm going to read today is titled Unmasking Beneficial Ownership in the Fight Against Corruption and the Recovery of Assets in Africa. It is a great honor for me to address you today on a matter that sits at the very heart of Africa's struggle against corruption and illicit financial flows, the unmasking of beneficial ownership. Across the continent, corruption continues to erode public trust, drain scarce resources, and undermine inclusive development. Yet behind every grand corruption scheme, behind every inflated procurement contract, every stolen dollar, every hidden asset, there's a common denominator, an individual who chose to hide. They hide behind companies, they hide behind trusts, they hide behind nominees, shell corporations, and complex cross-border structures. And until we expose who truly owns, controls, and benefits from these structures, the fight against corruption will remain incomplete. Why does beneficial ownership matter? Beneficial ownership transparency is not a technical compliance issue. It is a power shift in reform. Corruption today is sophisticated. Proceeds of corruption rarely sit in bank accounts held in the name of public officials. Instead, they move across borders through, more often than not, Instead, they move across borders through anonymous companies which are registered in permissive jurisdictions, complex corporate webs that frustrate investigators, professional intermediaries who exploit legal loopholes, and weak corporate registries and poor interagency data sharing. In Africa, just as elsewhere, we see the consequences clearly. Stolen public funds are hidden through real estate investments. National resource revenues are siphoned through opaque joint ventures. We see procurement fraud masked by front companies. And we see sanctions and debarments being circumvented through proxy ownership. Without knowing who the real beneficial owners are, investigators chase shadows, asset recovery stalls, and accountability evaporates. Beneficial ownership transparency is therefore not optional, it is foundational. Beneficial ownership and asset recovery are two sides of the same coin. Let us be clear, there can be no effective asset recovery without beneficial ownership transparency. Asset recovery depends on answering three pertinent questions. Who actually owns the asset? How was it acquired? And where is it hidden now? Opaque ownership structures defeat all three. When ownership data is unavailable, inaccurate, or inaccessible, mutual legal assistance requests fail, freezing and confiscation orders are delayed, court proceedings collapse for lack of proof, and stolen assets remain beyond reach. Conversely, when beneficial ownership information is accurate, verified, and accessible, we're able to see the faster tracing of illicit assets, stronger evidentiary chains, improved cross-border cooperation, and more successful confiscation and return of assets. Transparency, in short, compresses impunity and accelerates justice. Let me talk a little bit about Africa's progress and the existing gaps in this realm. Africa has made important strides. Many African countries have adopted beneficial ownership requirements in company laws, committed to international standards under the Financial Action Task Force, created beneficial ownership registers, and integrated ownership disclosure into procurement and extractives. These are encouraging developments. However, we must also be honest about the gaps. Registers exist, but are hard to verify. The data is collected but not accessible to investigators. Updates are infrequent, with a lot of room for improvement in enforcement. Sanctions for false declarations are minimal. Registers are often disconnected from procurement, banking, and tax systems. More often than not, beneficial ownership reforms exist to satisfy compliance checklists and rarely disrupt corruption networks. So I think these are the main areas that we should focus on. There are also key challenges that we must confront, and allow me to highlight 4 core challenges. Number 1 is data quality and verification. Registers that rely solely on self-declaration invite abuse. Without systematic verification, false ownership information often becomes institutionalized. Number 2, the fragmentation of information. Ownership data often sits in one ministry, procurement data in another, and bank records elsewhere. And land registries are often also sitting on their own in isolation. This allows corrupt actors to exploit the gaps. Number 3, limited investigative use. Many anti-corruption agencies and prosecutors lack real-time automated access to beneficial ownership data, thus limiting its operational value. And number 4, cross-border opacity. Assets move across borders faster than our information sharing mechanisms. Without regional and international interoperability, stolen assets escape accountability. So what must be done? And here we move from talking about commitment to impact. If beneficial ownership transparency is to become a weapon rather than a slogan, Africa must focus on implementation with intent. Firstly, we must make our registers reliable. We will do this by mandating the verification using national ID systems, tax databases, and banking records. We must impose meaningful penalties for false or misleading declarations. Secondly, we must make our registers usable. We'll do this by ensuring direct access for anti-corruption agencies, FIUs, prosecutors, and asset recovery officers. We also need to enable search across linked data sets, companies, contracts, land, and litigation. Third, we need to embed transparency where corruption happens. We need to require beneficial ownership disclosure in public procurement, PPP contracts, and national resource licensing. We need to disqualify bidders who refuse to disclose or who provide false information. Fourthly, as we're doing here right now, we need to strengthen regional and international cooperation. We need to promote harmonized standards across regions, enable data sharing under clear legal safeguards, and use existing platforms for joint investigations and asset tracing. Number 5, we need to protect reformers and enablers. We need to ensure that we safeguard whistleblowers, journalists, and civil society who use ownership data responsibly. We need to recognize as well that transparency works best when multiple actors can scrutinize it. Allow me now to talk about beneficial ownership as development reform. This is not just an anti-corruption agenda, it is a development reform. Transparent ownership helps to protect public finances, strengthens fair competition, builds investor confidence, improves service delivery, and restores citizen trust. Every school not built, every clinic not supplied, every road abandoned due to corruption is linked somewhere in the chain to hidden ownership. And masking beneficial ownership means returning resources to the rightful owners, the citizens. What is the role of the World Bank in all this? The World Bank is playing central multi-layered role globally, and increasingly in Africa, unmasking beneficial ownership strengthening anti-corruption systems, and facilitating the recovery of stolen assets. Our approach combines policy reform, operational requirements, technical assistance, investigative support, and international coordination. These are but a few examples of the action areas. Number one, setting global and African policy direction on beneficial ownership. The World Bank is advancing beneficial ownership transparency as a core governance reform. We have formally recognized that beneficial ownership transparency is essential to combating corruption, illicit financial flows, and tax evasion. Its governance and financial integrity work explicitly target anonymous companies as vehicles of corruption. Key World Bank contributions in this area include authoritative analytical work on beneficial ownership transparency, policy guidance to governments on legal and institutional reforms, alignment with FATF and UNCAC standards on ownership disclosure, identifying and highlighting critical weaknesses areas to address, for example, verification, enforcement, and interagency use. Secondly, supporting beneficial ownership registers in African countries. Through technical and legal assistance, the World Bank provides handheld support to African governments to help draft and amend company laws, design beneficial ownership registers, and integrate beneficial ownership data into company registers and sector-specific systems. We also put an emphasis on effective use and not just registration. Recent World Bank guidance explicitly warns against the tick box compliance. In case we stress verification of beneficial ownership data, sanctions for false declarations, access for investigators, FIUs, and prosecutors, and integration with procurement and asset declaration system. This marks a shift from formal compliance to operational impact, especially for relevant asset recovery. Number three, embedding beneficial ownership in public procurement and extractives. On the matter of procurement transparency, the World Bank increasingly requires beneficial ownership disclosure in high-risk procurement, particularly when it comes to infrastructure contracts, emergency financing, and public-private partnerships. In several scenarios, disclosure of beneficial ownership has been introduced as a condition for eligibility, thus reducing the use of front companies and conflicted bidders. When it comes to extractive industries, through collaboration with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, the World Bank supports African countries in mandatory ownership disclosure for mining, oil, and gas licenses. Also by publishing beneficial ownership information as part of EITI reporting and using beneficial ownership data to detect conflicts of interest and revenue leakage. Another way that we're going through this is number 4, which is asset recovery through the Stolen Asset Recovery Initiative. What STAR does, as many of you will know, is this is an initiative which is a partnership between the World Bank and UNODC, and it's the bank's main operational platform that links beneficial ownership and asset recovery. STAR supports African countries to trace assets hidden behind complex corporate structures, to identify beneficial owners of bank accounts, trusts, and companies, prepare mutual legal assistance requests, and to freeze, confiscate, and return stolen assets. The focus in Africa, African countries are among the largest users of STAR support, particularly in grand corruption cases, dealing with politically exposed persons, cross-border asset recovery, which involves offshore jurisdictions. STAR publications explicitly note that beneficial ownership opacity is one of the biggest barriers to successful asset recovery. the use of beneficial ownership in the World Bank sanction system. Uncovering hidden ownership to enforce debarment. The World Bank's Integrity Vice Presidency, INT, uses beneficial ownership analysis to identify entities secretly controlled by sanctioned individuals, prevent debarred firms from re-entering bank finance projects through proxies, support cross-debarment with other multilateral development banks. The bank has documented that a large share of corruption cases involve complex ownership chains designed to conceal identity. We're also raising the compliance bar for borrowers. Borrower countries are increasingly encouraged to align domestic company transparency rules with bank sanctions compliance, reinforcing beneficial ownership reforms at the national level. Convening regional leadership in Africa, the World Bank works closely with the African Development Bank, Open Ownership, UNODC, and regional economic communities. Through this, we contribute knowledge, funding, and technical expertise to initiatives such as the Africa Beneficial Ownership Transparency Network, which brings together over a dozen African countries committed to advancing beneficial ownership reforms. While the Africa Beneficial Ownership Transparency Network is convened by the Africa Development Bank and partners, World Bank analysis and operational experience heavily inform its technical direction. The World Bank, in its own reviews, acknowledges that laws and registers alone do not break corruption networks without enforcement and investigative use. So the bottom line is that the World Bank is not just talking about beneficial ownership, it is operationalizing it, particularly by embedding beneficial ownership in governance reforms, using it in procurement and sanctions enforcement, linking it directly to asset recovery through STAR, supporting African countries to move from secrecy to accountability. But the effectiveness of all these efforts will ultimately depend on domestic enforcement, the big P, which is political will, and active use by investigators and prosecutors. So, as I conclude, I hereby call you to action, ladies and gentlemen. History will not judge you by how many registers we launch or how many laws we pass. It will judge us by whether corruption became harder to commit and easier to punish. The question before us, therefore, is, will Africa allow anonymous ownership structures to remain tools of theft, or will we turn them into instruments of accountability? Let us choose clarity over secrecy. Let us choose verification over declarations. Let us choose cooperation over silos. Let us choose asset recovery over impunity. Because if we unmask beneficial ownership, then we dismantle corruption at its core. And in so doing, we take a decisive step toward integrity, justice, and prosperity for the continent of Africa. And I will close by using a now popular phrase. I thank you for your attention to this matter.
Another round of applause for Mr. Michael Odhiambo. Mr. Michael Odhiambo is the head of mission for the World Bank Group in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Odhiambo. The World Bank has been a critical partner to all the anti-corruption agencies. At this point, I want to propose that we proceed for a health break for 30 minutes and return 11:15. The members of the front row will have their tea in the audience room where we met this morning, while the rest of the participants, our tea will be served just outside this room. And even as we are proceeding, allow me to recognize the chairperson of the Commission on Administrative Justice in Kenya, Mr. Charles Ndulo. Welcome. So at this point, we proceed for 30 minutes tea break. When we return, we'll continue with the program. Thank you. Our protocol team will guide members of the front row to the auditing room. Thank you. Chairperson CAJ, kindly join this team. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
wami na malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, kimya na motema, kimya malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, motema empema, motema malembe. Maya Kongo, Tinyana Motema. kimya na motema, kimya malembe, kimya malembe, kimya malembe, Africa sha. Ebaleta Angola na malembe, motema epema na kimya. Maya ebaleta Angola na malembe, mopepele ki malembe, likolo ya mai, molimo ya mai, molimo ya zamba. Mai malembe, motema epema na malembe. Mai malembe, kimya na motema na kimya. Sanza ezali kongenga, likolo yebale, samba ezali kimya na butu, molimo ya mboka, molimo ya samba, molimo ya zamba. Mai malembe, motema epema na malembe. Mai malembe, kimya na motema na kimya. Mopepele ki malembe, zamba, motema epema na kimya. Mai malembe, motema epema na malembe. Mai malembe, kimya na motema na kimya. Mopepe ezali malembe, likolo ya ebale, sanza ezali kongenga, na likolo ya mai, molimo ya zamba, molimo ya mai, kimya na motema, kimya
Good morning. I want to request those who are outside to come in. We are just about to embark on the second segment of our speeches and presentations. So kindly find your seat. Those who are outside, kindly come in. Thank you.
Welcome back. Kindly let us settle down. Those who are still outside, please make your way to the room.
Check, check, mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Check. Check, mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, mic 1, 2.
Okay, let us settle down and continue with our program. Welcome back. We are going to continue with our program. As I said earlier, when the chief guest arrives, we'll be able to accommodate that. But for now, we will proceed to receive some presentations on how some of our critical stakeholders have collaborated with Eaaaca. And the first to make a short presentation will be GIZ. GIZ is going to make a presentation on GIZ Eaaaca collaboration, and this is going to be done by Mr. Samuel Edwam. Mr. Samuel Edwam, please make your way to the podium. Let me have somebody from the hotel to assist him in projecting the presentation. Meanwhile, you can start. Introduce.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I hope we have gained some more energy after the tea break, and it will be utilized rightly. This one? Yeah. All right, thank you very much for the assistance. Once again, my name is Samuel Eduam, and I am a regional advisor for SECFIN Africa. And I think on Tuesday, I tried to just give a little background about SECFIN and what we do, and maybe I just do that again quickly because I see we have some new delegates joining us. So SECFIN Africa is basically an EU co-funded project with support from the EU Commission, Germany and France to a tune of 46.5 million euros. That has to run for 4 years. So far, we are almost through to 2 years, and by July 2028, we should bring this phase of the project to a close. And it's structured in such a way that we work with almost all stakeholders in the AML-CFT ecosystem at the national level, at the regional level, and also at the CSO level. And I'm sure when you take a look at our banner, I've had so many questions. What's the difference between SECFIN and then GIZ? So you see we have different implementation partners. So SecFin Africa is the vehicle that is actually implementing this commission, but it's also a vehicle that has brought together different implementation partners like GIZ, Expertise France, CVPOL, FIAP, and the STA, the Swedish Tax Authority. And I'm sure some of you are already familiar with some of these partners, and you may have worked with them. So thank you once again, and I'll quickly just take you through our collaboration. Even though it's GIZ here, it's broadly SecFin Africa and then GIZ as well. What so far we have done with the Secretariat at the regional level, and what we also plan to do, and at the same time, how we have collaborated with the member states within the association in East Africa. So, quickly, we believe that there must always be a defined framework of collaboration between development partners and the various institutions we work with. And so for us, it was very important that we begin this cooperation on the basis of agreeing on a strategic plan between SecFin Africa, GIZ, and Eaaaca and Arenia, and broadly, but also not limited to the cooperation between Eaaaca and SecFin, but of course also other development partners, as you see. We have AFDB, we have the World Bank, UNODC, and the likes. So we have so far assisted the Secretariat to develop the strategic plan, and my colleague Daniel from EACC, who played an instrumental role, will have a whole presentation, so I won't go into that. But two key things for us from the strategic plan is the support on CAPA, which is a common Africa position on asset recovery. We've said so much about asset recovery, we know how important it is. And so we think that it would be good to support member countries in the assessment of CAPA and see how we can support member countries to also implement those principles. And I think also so much has been said about the information exchange platform. We've seen how, I won't say bad, but you know how when we went to school, your reports can be said there's room for improvement. We also think that there can always be a room for improvement, so we will further support the exchange platform. And also, I mean, we played a lead role in facilitating this AGM, as we are all seated here, we can rightly see, including the workshop we had yesterday. And there is also a plan to support Arenia or Eaaaca with the peer-to-peer exchange, but not a typical peer-to-peer like a week or so. We actually want to go into a placement where some focal persons will be, kind of sent on a mission for perhaps a longer period, a month. And I think so far conversations are quite advanced, and we are looking at Nigeria and the likes due to the robust systems they have. I think we talked about the training on the updated secure platform when that is done. And I think the outgoing GS also talked about the need for the Secretariat to participate in other important forums. And we think, for example, a SAMLAC plenary is very instrumental, and so it will be good we support them in that front. Also, the in-country structure, I think from my personal assessment, I think that the in-country structure the usage of the secure platform is a function of the in-country structure. That's how I see it. And so we plan to support extensively on the in-country structure. And so far, we've seen very strong commitment from Tanzania, and plans are far advanced, as we hear sometimes in other forums. Yes, so this at the Secretariat level. Let me also go into the member states level, what so far we have done and what we also plan to do. Let me start with our host, Kenya. We've worked with the EACC to support their strategy on deepening their investigations on unexplained wealth, and we did that through development of a guideline. We know the guideline is still pending, but we are very hopeful that we would get it approved as early as possible, so that the other support that comes with this guideline could be extended to Kenya. And for us, we are quite interested in this project because we, as some of you might also know, we see in countries, countries have lots of laws on unexplained wealth, unexplained assets, but really it's also an emerging area in law due to the shift in the burden of proof and things like that. And so it will be good for Kenya to be, a lead for other countries to peer exchange and learn from. So we will encourage management to please consider the approval of this guideline so that the mentorship and dissemination can continue. For Uganda, we have also worked very closely with the law enforcement on the development of financial investigation curriculum and a training manual or other same modules, and in the facilitator's guide, basically for all law enforcement agencies. And it has gone extremely well under the leadership of the Uganda Police Force. The whole package or the learning tools have been approved by the IGP, and we are ready to go. We plan to launch next month. Please, if you can pass by, we'll be very happy to host you at the headquarters of the police. We plan to have a training of trainers so that now there could be national ownership of those learning tools for further implementation. For Tanzania, we are also happy to report that we supported Tanzania in exiting from the grey list. And this assistance was recognized by the ISAMLAG monitoring, the review team in their reports. And we did that through the development of financial investigation and asset recovery curriculum, the modules, and then the facilitator's guide. And of course, we topped that up with a TOT, and that was recognized. And it didn't only end there. Some of the beneficiary of the TOT also further went on to build capacity of district crime officers as far as the decentralization strategy of Tanzania Police Force is concerned. And the feedback we're getting is very strong, that the numbers at the district level in terms of financial investigation is improving. And we hope to continue that collaboration with Tanzania. Lastly, we talk about Burundi. Burundi has been very cooperative. I think they just had their mutual evaluation exercise, and I understand the report to be ready very soon. And so we extended a lot of support in preparing Burundi, since it's their first time being assessed by ISAMLAG, and it's very important that they demonstrate that political will and capacity. Even though they might not, the threshold might not be applicable, they still have to demonstrate that support or willingness and capacity. And so we helped Burundi on operational analysis just to help improve conversion of suspicious transactions into actionable intelligence. We also followed up with a TOT that was done in collaboration with the World Bank. And there's one big project we are currently considering, that is to establish an asset recovery department under the Justice Ministry. And we are willing to really support that. And this is, I believe this will have a direct correlation with the work of Eaaaca. The two countries outstanding is we have Ethiopia, and Ethiopia so far is a country that we've managed to work with the judiciary, and we are very excited about that, and we plan to proceed further on that. We train them on AML, CFT, on asset tracing, recovery, their role, evidence, and things like that. We plan to go further. We also trained the Asset Recovery Department under the Justice Ministry on their new proclamation, and there's a planned session on virtual assets. For Rwanda, which is the last, we have also trained law enforcement agencies on TFS, and then also considering their preparation towards a third round mutual evaluation, it emerged from their national risk assessment that cybercrime, fraud, tax evasion, embezzlement amount to the top 5 risks that for which they need support. And so we plan to have a number of intervention around cybercrime, cyber-enabled crime, tax fraud evasion, and the likes. So thank you very much for your time and for your attention. Asante sana.
Another round of applause for Samuel. Thank you, Samuel, for sharing how GIZ is collaborating with Eaaaca. That's quite valuable. Our next presentation is from UNODC, again on a collaboration between UNODC and Eaaaca. And this is going to be done by Francisco Keki. Francisco Keki.
Vincent, KICC. You've been saying my name so many times. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Vincent, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Really, on behalf of UNODC, I'm really glad to take the floor to speak a little bit about how we have been working with the Eaaaca, with the Eastern Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authority, and a little bit with Arinea and with all of you in practice. So, UNODC in around 2022, 2023 made the decision to create here in Nairobi its anti-corruption hub, so the anti-corruption and financial crime hub, which is really a structure that supports the implementation of the UN Convention against Corruption across the continent, across sub-Saharan Africa. More recently, we have also established here the Financial Fusion Center, which is a technical center that looks more specifically at issues around anti-money laundering, financing of terrorism, asset recovery, and so on. So, and this structure really, the work for the implementation of the UN Convention against Corruption. As you know, the convention has cycles of review, peer reviews. So the peer reviews give us information on the gaps that exist in terms of legal and institutional framework at the country level, but also requests for technical assistance, and gives us sort of the framework to work with your agencies and with the partners. So in this framework, when we started working here, I arrived myself and my colleagues, we arrived here around 2023. We started developing a strategy of action throughout the continent, and based on previous experiences and some projects that were already initiated, we decided to go ahead with a regional coordination for the various regions of the continent in the area of anti-corruption. So we have a platform, what we call a platform for East Africa, a platform for Southern Africa, and another one for West Africa. That works with the existing, of course, with the existing organizations, and the natural partner for these here in East Africa was, of course, the East Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities, as well as this East Africa community, and to some extent. So we were very fortunate and very lucky to establish a very strong cooperation with the IG office of Uganda, which has had the presidency of Eaaaca along these years, as well as I have to acknowledge really Munira Ali, who spoke this morning, who is the Secretary General of Eaaaca, who worked with us extensively throughout these almost 3 years to further develop our regional anti-corruption platform and develop and organize training, capacity development initiatives, regional forums, and so on. So it has been an extremely fruitful and important cooperation for us. The main moment of this cooperation happened in 2024, where we organized the regional conference, and I think many of you were there actually. At the regional conference, we gathered more than 200 practitioners from anti-corruption agencies, but not only financial investigation authorities, financial intelligence units, procurement offices, ministries of justice, as well as private sector, as well as the civil society, to define a roadmap for the region. And we defined that roadmap, you defined that roadmap, not us, you defined that roadmap that covers a series of areas, including, of course, asset recovery. Asset recovery was on top of everybody's mind and on top of everybody's agenda, and financial investigations, public procurement, transparency and accountability, whistleblower protection, and the involvement of the private sector in the fight against corruption. Of course, there's many other areas we're working in, and anti-corruption is so broad, but these four were the areas where the community in the region said, okay, here we can make a difference, here we can work together effectively, let's do something. And so together with Munira and many of you, we started looking at defining really specifically the actions that we are going to take. So on the basis of the recommendation that we developed in 2024, then we worked on defining the indicators. So indicators of progress. And the indicators of progress were debated in these four areas by technical experts. So far we have covered two areas. We have covered the areas of asset recovery and financial investigation and public procurement, with the other two to come later. And so last year we organized two working groups. So one exactly on asset recovery and financial investigation, the other one on procurement. On asset recovery, I have to say, I'm not going through the indicators, but I want to mention a few things that, in my opinion, stand out. So, for example, we are looking at the importance of the recognition of foreign orders, in particular foreign freezing orders. Freezing orders are extremely important because assets move very fast. When assets are invested, located in a country, if the country is not able to freeze, to establish what we call conservative measures very rapidly, the assets are mingled with other assets, or they are transferred across various banks, you know, the techniques of money laundering. And so one of the areas really we set forth indicators is recognition of foreign orders. Foreign orders have to be, of course, well established on legal basis, but when they are well established, I'm talking about foreign confiscation and freezing orders for assets that are located in your countries. If these are well established on the legal framework, they have to be enforced rapidly. That's one of the main priorities. We talked a lot, of course, of management of assets, and for those who were there yesterday, we had an entire session on the management of frozen and confiscated assets, and the necessity of establishing institutional framework and regulatory framework for proper management of these assets, because as you all know, these assets may lose value over time, and then may expose also the government to liability if finally the assets have to be returned. We also talk about, of course, beneficial ownership. Everybody has spoken about it, so I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but the importance of having registries of beneficial ownership, and why not starting also sharing information across border on beneficial ownership. So allowing your law enforcement authorities to get access of these data, they are located somewhere, they are stored in terms of addressing financial investigations or conducting financial investigation. We all know companies located in various countries are facilitating laundering of proceeds of crime. So that's a very important priorities. Many others, of course. One of the things that really stood out also for me, frankly, from this conversation, the necessity to involve really the financial institutions in the conversation. So having perhaps a network of financial institutions that comes together with the FIUs and with the law enforcement authorities to not only share information among each other, but also with the FIUs and create data sets in terms of risks, in terms of due diligence, in terms of beneficial ownership. If the due diligence on a specific client is done already by a financial institution, why not having that information shared with other financial institutions in a proactive manner so that if there is a problem, the institutions know it already. So you know, these are all things that are feasible. We just need a lot of goodwill, and we need the actors to come together. And I think with the Eaaaca and the Eaaaca, we're going to look at how to make this a reality, really. I want to say a few words also about the procurement working groups, because there were also quite a few interesting issues. For example, we talked a lot about the need for digitalizations. E-procurement, we know Kenya, for example, has done a lot on that. Tanzania has done a lot of developing an end-to-end e-procurement system that ensures transparency and accountability, but there are other countries that are really, really lagging behind. So let's come together, let's make a reality, and that's why we have now a specific target indicator on this. All the countries in the region have committed, and let's see if they will stick to their words, but they have committed to having an e-procurement, functioning e-procurement system by 2028, which, you know, if it happens, is going to make quite a lot of difference. And of course, together with I want to mention our OCP, Open Contracting Partnership colleagues, they have worked with us to ensure that open contracting data standards are also integrated within the e-procurement system. So standards for interoperable data to make it possible to conduct analysis across various data sets that allows you to identify procurement red flags. Penalties, reduction of the numbers of direct procurements. The overutilization of direct procurements is a problem. And I know that governments sometimes need to do this because of efficiency, sometimes there's no time, but in many instances there is an overutilization of this direct procurement instrument, emphasizing, for example, issues such as defense, security. That's why you need a direct procurement. All of us came together and we said, no, that's too much. Procurement rules are there, they have to be respected, especially for high-level procurements. So this is an important priority, and also sometimes there are even informal agreements by some of the agencies, for tenders. These have to be regulated, penalized if they happen. Another issue, for example, is enhancing cooperation between auditors and law enforcement authorities. Extremely important. Auditors, and we as UNODC, we even have had a global program on these specific issues. Enhancing that cooperation, information sharing, so law enforcement authority, and I know you do it in Kenya, but in some other countries, not so much. So auditors that push forward their findings to law enforcement authorities to target investigations. Also very important priorities. So these documents that, if you don't have them, please reach out. These indicators that we have developed have been endorsed. They have been endorsed by you, by the community, as the way forward to address these issues in these specific areas, and some of these are extremely forward-looking. So I hope that we will really come together as a community to make this a reality, to make them happen, because they can really make a difference. Issues, as I said, such as sharing information. Let's start. Sharing information on politically exposed persons, for example. That would make it much easier for law enforcement authority to then track when these politically exposed persons are transferring funds abroad through the region and beyond. So these are ideas that should be really taken up by the community. If they remain on paper, not much will happen. So I hope that you will really make these ideas yours and that we can work together towards developing this framework. Of course, as UNODC, we have done with Eaaaca a lot of other things, capacity development, financial investigation trainings, in particular with many of you. And we will continue doing that capacity development work, but really without the policy framework. And that's the thing that I always, in a way preach. This is a policy framework network that has to push forward policy, that have to speak with a strong voice for these policies to go forward. So I'm positive, I'm optimist, because I think we have in the Eaaaca a very strong partner. I want to acknowledge also, of course, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya, because they have done really a lot of work with us on this specific issue. They've hosted a lot of the events of the platform here, helped us a lot with that, and of course, in particular, also the Inspector General of Uganda, the Presidency, and Munira, again, the Secretary General, for her support. So that has been really productive. So thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing our cooperation with all of you. Thank you.
Can appreciate Mr. KICC once more. Thank you for sharing your collaboration with Eaaaca. It is very clear that UNODC has had very good interactions with virtually all anti-corruption agencies in the region. So thank you for that. Our next presentation will be again from World Bank, and this time Michael Odhiambo will be sharing the collaboration between World Bank and Eaaaca. Mr. Michael Odhiambo. Earlier, he was representing Mr. Sambwana.
Thank you again, Director Mue. Just for clarification purposes, early on, Director Mue identified me as the head of mission for the World Bank in Nairobi. I wish that was my actual position, but not yet. I am the head of the investigative unit that sits in Nairobi of the INT. So insofar as collaboration between the World Bank and Eaaaca, ours is more of forward-looking, given that we're just coming into formal engagements with Eaaaca. And so our strategy is basically as follows. So engagement with Eaaaca can provide the World Bank with a credible, regionally owned platform through which to address cross-border corruption risks that directly affect development outcomes and the integrity of bank-financed operations. When approached strategically, such engagement can amplify country-level reforms, enhance fiduciary assurance, and contribute to more sustainable anti-corruption capacity in Eastern Africa. So the following are some suggested areas for collaboration between the World Bank Group and Eaaaca. Through institutional engagement modalities. By this I mean formal partnership and governance level engagement. The World Bank can maintain and operationalize its MOU framework with Eaaaca through regular work plans and joint deliverables. Through capacity building and technical assistance. Given that Eaaaca already convenes regular regional trainings and workshops, the World Bank could support or co-develop programs in areas of direct relevance to its operations, including asset tracing, freezing, confiscation and management, particularly in cross-border contexts through ARINEA. Beneficial ownership transparency, including identification of hidden ownership in procurement, infrastructure, and extractive sector projects. procurement integrity and fraud risk indicators, drawing on recurrent risks observed in bank-financed operations, financial investigations and evidence standards, with a focus on complex corporate and transnational cases. Also through operational linkages to World Bank finance projects. Through Eaaaca, the World Bank can complement country-level fiduciary engagement by supporting systemic corruption risk diagnostics that affect multiple countries or sectors. Also through reinforcing awareness of consequences of fraud and corruption, including sanctions, debarment, and asset recovery mechanisms, while respecting confidentiality and due process. Through promoting preventive collaboration among anti-corruption agencies, procurement authorities, and financial intelligence units where risks cut across borders. This is because Eaaaca provides a neutral regional platform that can translate high-level integrity commitments into practical coordination. The other ways that we seek to engage is through knowledge generation and regional policy dialogue. The World Bank can engage Eaaaca as a partner in generating and disseminating knowledge on corruption and governance issues by 1. Supporting regional analytical work on corruption typologies, illicit financial flows, and cross-border asset concealment. Secondly, by contributing to joint research initiatives, including studies on inter-institutional collaboration, for example, between anti-corruption agencies and supreme audit institutions, using Eaaaca platforms to convene policy dialogue on harmonization of legal frameworks, mutual legal assistance, and the use of recovered assets for development. Outputs could include policy notes, regional diagnostics, and operationally oriented guidance for governments and development partners. Another way in which we look to engage is by convening global regional linkages. Eaaaca offers a channel for linking regional practice with global standards. The World Bank can use this platform to co-convene high-level events with partners such as UNODC and regional institutions on priority themes like, for example, beneficial ownership and asset recovery, as we've been talking about. And also through channeling regional lessons learned from our work into global policy forums and World Bank Group corporate knowledge products. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate him once again. Thank you. World Bank has been a major partner in the fight against corruption. And now join me to invite a presentation on the Afro-SAI collaboration framework between anti-corruption agencies and supreme audit institutions. And this is going to be done by the Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Nancy Kathongu. Welcome, Madam.
This needs to come a little bit down. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, still expected, the Honorable Dr. Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, His Excellency, Excellencies representing various development partners and embassies, the Honorable Lady Justice Aisha, President of Eaaaca, I think I missed one A, who is also the Inspector General of Uganda, heads of anti-corruption authorities from the Eastern African region and across Africa, and members of the anti-corruption authorities, our host, the Anti-Corruption Authority of Kenya, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya, led by the Vice Chair, Dr. Monica, and the CEO, Mr. Abdi, and commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It must be afternoon, a good afternoon to you all. It is an honor for me to join you today in Nairobi, not only as Kenya's Auditor General, but also representing the African Organization of English-Speaking Supreme Audit Institutions, AFROSAI, of which I chair, and I do so with immense pride as a witness to a remarkable partnership that has grown from vision to reality over the past 4 years. This annual general meeting is not merely a gathering of institutions. It is a gathering of shared conscience, a collective resolve that corruption must be fought and that no single institution can win that fight alone. Ladies and gentlemen, Supreme Audit institutions and anti-corruption agencies play distinct yet complementary roles. SAIs provide independent oversight through audits that promote transparency, accountability, and prudent use of public resources, while ACAs prevent, investigate, and combat corruption and related economic crimes. Our collaboration and roles and responsibilities cut across the two institutions in our various countries. Indeed, I must say just recently, one of the recently appointed heads of an anti-corruption authority was an immediate former director of audit in the SAI, and that is our good friend, Mr. Sering Mas from the Gambia. Welcome to Kenya. So he's a former SAI. Yes, thank you. He's a former senior official in the SAI of Gambia. Now he's chairing the ACA. So you can see that our collaborations extend across. Perhaps that partnership means that we can do joint work and ensure that we improve or we eliminate corruption. I want to acknowledge the commendable work undertaken since 2023 to assess the state of collaboration between Supreme Audit institutions and ACAs in the Eastern African region, and to develop a structured collaboration framework to guide engagements at the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, every great collaboration has a defining moment of courage, a point where two institutions look beyond their own mandates and say, we are stronger together. And for AFROSAI and EAACA, that defining moment came in 2022. It was a time when the world was still reeling from the devastating effects of COVID-19. I believe even now we are still recovering as nations worldwide. And with COVID-19, there was widespread corruption scandals worldwide. I believe there are very few nations, if any at all, that did not experience some corruption scandals through the management of COVID-19. And this corruption was over the relief funds meant for the most vulnerable, which had been siphoned. The global community awakened to a painful truth and reality. Audit institutions and anti-corruption authorities were insufficient to address the scale and sophistication of corruption if they continued working in silos. And with support from our development partners, the GIZ, through the Good Financial Governance in Africa program, AFROSAI and the Eastern African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities embarked on a joint research study, the first of its kind in this continent, to examine and document the state of collaborations between supreme audit institutions and anti-corruption authorities. The research was conducted across 6 Eastern African countries that share membership in both organizations: Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. And it was led by an independent research team anchored by the University of Pretoria, working under the joint oversight of AfroZai, Eaaaca, and GIZ. The objective was clear: to gather empirical evidence on effective strategies for SAI-ACA collaboration, identify challenges and good practices, and develop tangible recommendations. The expected deliverables were a comprehensive and publishable research paper, a good practice framework for SAI-ACA collaboration at country level, and a dissemination and awareness-raising strategy. I am proud to report that the 3 deliverables have been achieved. And we started from research in 2023 to a framework now in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the research findings form the intellectual background or backbone of what has become a growing and impactful program. By 2024, the SAI-ACA collaboration framework was under active development. By 2025, the framework was finalized, and in the first quarter of 2026, AfroZai, Eaaaca, and GIZ successfully piloted the framework in Namibia, which is a historic first. And since then, the framework has been operationalized in no fewer than 5 countries: in Zambia, Malawi, Lesotho, Namibia, and Tanzania, whose external and internal audit functions are now collaborating in real time on the audit of illicit financial flows. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when research becomes action and action moves to impact. I must add that for the Supreme Audit Institution of Kenya, our collaboration with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission preceded this framework because our law requires that we collaborate. The Public Audit Act requires that where the Auditor General suspects or establishes that fraud or corruption has taken place, I may invite or report my findings to the police, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, or the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. It is anchored in the Public Audit Act of Kenya. And this has provided us with a framework for engagement with the Commission. And currently, we are able to mutually share information and carry out joint investigations, and the collaboration extends to even internal governance. In 2023, the Commission carried out a corruption risk assessment on the Office of the Auditor General of Kenya, and we recognize that we must identify and remedy our vulnerabilities to risk of corruption to build confidence in our systems and the government at large. In turn, I evaluate the EACC systems and financial reporting as their external or statutory auditor. Our engagement and relationship is one of continuous improvements for impact. In parallel with the research journey, AfroZai and Eaaaca, together with our valued partners, established what has become the most important annual platform for SAI-ACA collaboration in Africa, which we refer to as the SAI-ACA Anti-Corruption Seminar. And quite a number of you, I know, have attended some of the workshops that we hold. We started the first seminar in 2023, in April, where we met in Johannesburg for the inaugural SAI-ACA Anti-Corruption Seminar under the theme, The Role of Supreme Audit Institutions and Institutionalized Good Governance in State Anti-Corruption Efforts. It was an historic occasion. For the first time, SAIs and ACAs from across the region sat together, explored the possibilities of collaboration, and made formal binding commitments, what we now call our resolution points. Key resolutions called upon SAIs and ACAs to embed institutional values into performance evaluations. We resolved to commit to reducing corruption and illicit financial flows by 2030 in alignment with SDG 16. We resolved to play a more proactive role in addressing the Financial Action Task Force grey listings, and to ensure continued growth of the SAI-ACA collaboration platform. Those resolutions formed our collaboration foundation. In 2024, we met and we were already measuring progress. And a formal resolution structure was introduced, or tracker, and what it revealed was both encouraging and challenging. On the positive side, a collaborative audit on anti-money laundering was formally launched, bringing together the SAIs of Kenya, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Zambia, with technical and financial support from the Norwegian Audit Authority, the GIZ, and AfroZai. On the research front, the University of Pretoria had completed the SAI-ACA research covering 6 Eastern African countries, and the collaboration framework was in active development with a commitment to pilot test it in at least 2 countries by 2025. And also at this second seminar, AfroZai and GIZ were confirmed as planning partners for the Pan-African Conference on Fighting Illicit Financial Flows that was held in Tunisia in June 2024, ensuring that the voice of SAIs was heard at the highest continental level. In 2025, we moved from pledging to practice, and we had the 3rd seminar. And this marked a turning point. This was no longer a seminar about what could be, it was a seminar about what was being done. The tax IAF audit led by AfroZai and GIZ with 17 SAIs across the continent was completed and the report shared in April 2025. The Pan-African Conference on Fighting IFFs was successfully convened in South Africa, and the SAI Anti-Corruption Toolkit, developed in collaboration with the Financial Services Volunteer Corps, FSVC, had been digitalized and placed on AfroZai's open learning platform, providing CPD-accredited access to both SAIs and ACAs across the region. And for the first time, concrete country-level examples of progress emerged, including Kenya's own Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which was cited as a leading example of an institution that had embedded organizational values and ethos into its performance evaluation systems in direct fulfillment of our 2023 resolution. And now we arrive at 2026 and how far we have come. The SAI-ACA collaboration framework is finalized and operational. It has been piloted in Namibia and is being implemented across 5 countries. The anti-money laundering guidelines and related e-learning module are at an advanced stage of development, ready to be launched. The framework provides a practice foundation for information sharing, joint risk assessments, coordinated responses to audit findings, and stronger follow-up on implementation of recommendations. Very, very critical. The historic first-ever regional commitment made in 2023 that SAIs and ACAs across the 26 member countries in Africa would embed anti-corruption strategies into their operational plans, and these 26 are the English-speaking countries, has not remained words on paper. It has been backed by ongoing workshops and action plans, co-development, reaching at least 12 countries, aligned to AfroZai's 2025-2029 strategic plan. We have had 4 consecutive years of resolutions, progress reports, and measurable outcomes. That, distinguished delegates, is what institutional commitment looks like. And I must say, institutional follow-through after the commitment. Looking ahead, there is a call to deepen collaboration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before this annual general meeting of Eaaaca, I want to say something clearly. AfroZai is not merely a partner of Eaaaca. We are co-architects of a movement that says corruption is not inevitable, that audit findings need not gather dust on shelves, that red flags raised by SAIs must be investigated by ACAs, and that the tools, frameworks, and platforms we have built together must now be owned at the country level, embedded in the daily operations of every SAI and every ACA in this room. There is still work to be done. Implementation assessments of anti-corruption treaties must be submitted to parliaments. Most countries must adopt the collaboration framework. The Inter-SAI and UNODC guidance on SAI-ACA partnerships must be translated into national action plans, and the spirit of accountability that drives this platform must reach every district or county, every ministry, every public institutions. AfroZai stands ready to work with you on every step of that journey. Let me also add that the fight against corruption cannot be won alone by the anti-corruption agencies. The United Nations Convention Against Corruption emphasizes the importance of coordinated action in countering this crime. In 2021, the UN General Assembly, in its first ever special session against corruption, adopted a resolution on the centrality of collaboration as part of its political declaration. The collaboration starts with building strong institutions. Indeed, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, institutions that are ineffective and unaccountable have a direct correlation to corruption. I must repeat that. Institutions that are ineffective and unaccountable have a direct correlation to corruption. I do believe no SAI, no SCA wants to be counted as an institution that has a direct correlation to corruption because they are not effective or they are not accountable. I therefore urge every one of us to advocate strengthening of the national integrity system actors in our respective countries, such as the judiciary, the legislature, and supreme audit institutions and SCAs. Strengthening them promotes better governance, which does not allow or will not allow corruption to thrive. And second, it requires us to enhance collaborations across the national integrity ecosystems. Collaborations across the national integrity ecosystems amplifies the fight against corruption by aligning government agencies, oversight institutions, civil society, the private sector, and citizens around shared values and goals. And by pooling expertise, data, and authority, collaborative efforts close enforcement gaps, strengthen accountability, and prevent corrupt practices from shifting between institutions and from shifting between levels of government. And ultimately, coordinated action builds trust, deters impunity, and delivers more sustainable anti-corruption outcomes than isolated efforts. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against corruption is fundamentally a fight for the dignity of our citizens, for the child who deserves a functioning school, for the patient who needs a well-equipped hospital, for the farmer who depends on roads that have actually been built to take their produce to market. Every resolution that has been passed, every audit that has been conducted, every framework that has been piloted, it is in service for that citizen. On behalf of AfroZai, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to this partnership with Eaaaca. We look forward to the outcomes of this annual general meeting, and we commit to continue working together with integrity, with rigor, and with purpose. I thank you.
Madam Auditor General requires another round of applause. Thank you, FCPA Nancy Ngathungu, for bringing out very clearly the relationship between SES and SAI. Our next speaker will share with us tools for anti-corruption agencies to measure their effectiveness. And this speaker is Mr. Samuel from the International Anti-Corruption Academy. Mr. Samuel, please. Thank you.
Habari ya asubuhi. Good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, heads of anti-corruption agencies, it's a real honor to be here today with you. I would like to thank also the General Secretary of Eaaaca, Munir Ali, for inviting us here. And thank you for all being here, for taking part in this annual general meeting, where we are able to shed some light on what we are doing at the International Anti-Corruption Academy. First of all, for those of you who are not familiar with the International Anti-Corruption Academy, we are based near Vienna in Austria, and we have a three-pronged mandate, which is education, technical assistance, and research. So we have a number of master programs. We also conduct training in the various countries that are members of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, and we also conduct research. Currently, we have actually 83 Eaaaca parties. The most recent member is Djibouti, and as you can see, it's from around the world. And we have a global alumni network with 7,000 members, which really spreads all over the world. In December 2023, at the UN Convention Against Corruption Conference of State Parties, a resolution was adopted, 10.4, which encouraged the International Anti-Corruption Academy to work closely with UNODC and state parties to develop innovative research projects to elaborate methodologies and indicators to assess the effectiveness of anti-corruption measures. So in the past year, we have organized 3 expert meetings, bringing together over 100 experts from around the world, including from this region, from Kenya, Uganda, and across the African continent, Nigeria, South Africa, Senegal, Egypt. Many experts took part in developing a methodology to measure the effectiveness of anti-corruption agencies. Today, the methodology is published on our website, and we are currently updating this methodology. It consists of questions, over 120 questions that are administered through a survey, and they compound then into indicators, about 18 indicators and 35 sub-indicators. And this results in a dashboard, which is now available on our website also, with global averages on the effectiveness of anti-corruption agencies, and also detailed pages for the anti-corruption agencies themselves, which currently remain confidential because the interest is not to engage in any kind of naming and shaming. The interest of the exercise is for anti-corruption agencies to understand where they stand compared to other agencies in the region and in the world. So compared to regional data and global data, they will have access to their anti-corruption agency pages. Last year, when we piloted the survey, we had 51 anti-corruption agencies from around the world that participated in the survey, and you can see them here colored in blue on the map. And as you can see, we have a big gap there in East Africa, which we need to fill. We need to have more participation from East Africa. So this is a golden opportunity for us to be here today at this general meeting to share with you what we have done so far. As you can see, a lot of countries already from Africa have participated, also Europe, Asia, Latin America, across the world. This year we will be organizing a number of regional meetings to do further outreach. Some of the data we collected, I don't have time to go into all the details, unfortunately, but what I can say is you can see most of the agencies around the world are very young, on average 20 years old. If you compare to other public institutions like parliaments, ministries of justice, Ministry of Interior, police, these have been old for centuries. But when you compare anti-corruption agencies, they're very young institutions. They're almost like just beyond teenager age. So there's a lot of capacity building, a lot of learning that is still required for these agencies to become mature. I'm sure in a century from now, anti-corruption agencies will be extremely well established and functioning very well. But I think we're in the process of growth, and that's why it's important to look at where we can become more effective. If you look at the composition of the agencies, they're about 60% male, 30% female. So in terms of gender balance, there's still some road to be accomplished. And when you look at the expenditure or the budgets of anti-corruption agencies, the median budget is about $6.5 million. The average budget, $37 million. Some agencies around the world have very high budgets, over $100 million, over several $100 million. In this region, it may be a bit lower, but we need to aspire to higher budgets for anti-corruption agencies. If you look at the current expenditures of citizens on anti-corruption agencies, it's only $1.5 US per year. If you would ask citizens, are you willing to spend, the double, $3 per year? I'm sure they would agree that the fight against corruption is so important that budgets of anti-corruption agencies should be strengthened. In terms of operational independence, globally, our measure is now around 64%. And when it comes to international cooperation, asset freezing, seizing, confiscation, and return, some of the topics we've been discussing over the past couple of days, these are still very weak areas where progress needs to be made. We also organized in December a global conference at UN headquarters together with UNODC, UNDP, OECD, and the World Bank. And this led to the New York recommendations on the future of corruption measurement. Ahead of that meeting, we also had a smaller expert meeting at Eaaaca, the International Anti-Corruption Academy, where some of the pioneers in measuring corruption were present. Professor Lambsdorff, who conceived the Corruption Perception Index with Transparency International, also Daniel Kaufman, who developed the World Bank governance indicators. And we put our minds together to think about how corruption measurement could be done still better in the future. And one of the main conclusions of the New York conference was that we need to collaborate more between anti-corruption agencies and national statistical offices to collect data at the country level. So this is something we also want to stimulate through our efforts to get more data collected through collaboration with national statistical offices. At the Conference of State Parties in Doha, Qatar, we also presented the global findings and the global report on trends in anti-corruption agency effectiveness. So why is measuring so important? Why do we need to measure corruption? Why do we need to measure the effectiveness of anti-corruption agencies? Well, first of all, at the moment, there's very few anti-corruption agencies that measure their effectiveness. I'm very glad to hear that here there's also this initiative that Francesco from UNODC was mentioning about collecting indicators on the efforts in the region and sharing that information. Globally, some of the old agencies have already developed standard practices of measuring their effectiveness, but many agencies are not doing it yet. And there's no real reliable global data on corruption prevalence. Even under the SDGs, even though they've been adopted since a long time ago, there's very little collection of data. So that's the first reason why it's important. Another reason, I think, is because we are all in a fight against corruption, in a war, in a way, against corrupt networks. And there is a war strategist from 5 centuries before Christ, from China, Sun Tzu. He's very renowned. And he said that in war there are 5 steps. And the first one is measurement. Measurement. And then estimation, calculation, comparison, and victory. And a victorious army is like a pound of weight in the scale against a grain. And a defeated army is like a grain in the scale against a point of weight. So you need to know how strong you are as anti-corruption fighters in order to know if you can tackle corruption. You need to know how big is corruption in order to be able to defeat it. So that's another reason. It's a strategic interest to know more about corruption and about our effectiveness. Another reason is that when we conduct these type of self-assessments of the anti-corruption agencies, there's a way to learn. And we've seen this now. We did our pilot, and some of the most well-funded anti-corruption agencies in the world, like the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption and the Saudi Arabian NAIROBI, they both came back to us and they said, well, we actually identified some blind spots. We discovered that there's some areas where we could still do much better. And they've now started working in those areas to increase their capacity. So that happened as a help of measurement. And finally, I think we need to move from quantity to quality. If we look back at the history of establishment of anti-corruption agencies, this is a slide I developed back in 2012, where I tried to track the historical development of anti-corruption agencies. You can see the first agency was established in Singapore, 1952. Then there was Malaysia, 1967. And the third agency to be established was here in Africa, was the Tanzanian agency. Mr. Crispin, who's heading the PCCB, was here earlier and is attending this meeting. And by 1990, there were only about 20 agencies. But when the Berlin Wall came down and the Cold War ended and democracy started its new wave, then there was a number of other agencies established, and finally with the adoption of the UN Convention Against Corruption, far more. Today we have about 150 agencies in the world, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the quality of all those agencies is as good everywhere. We have excellent agencies, we have agencies that still need to learn a lot, that are still very young and can learn from others. So what's next? And I promise you this is my final slide. I realize I'm between you and the lunch, so I should end it quickly. We will launch another survey, a second round, next month in May 2026. We will also publish a guidance note for anti-corruption agencies and national statistical offices on measuring anti-corruption agency impact. And we also hope in July to launch a global network of experts on scientific analysis and metrics of corruption and anti-corruption. So those who will be participating in our survey, who will be the focal points providing data, we will also invite them then into this global network. And then we hope to organize another Africa regional expert meeting. We are in preliminary talks with one agency here in Northern Africa to host a meeting in October 2026. So I hope some of you will be able to join. And then we hope to also develop some reports on anti-corruption agency effectiveness, but this is for the future, this will be 2027. Our hope is that every anti-corruption agency will be able to use this tool or these networks and will be able to advance in its understanding of its effectiveness and how to strengthen its effectiveness. Finally, I would like to also acknowledge my colleague who's here in the room, James Vance. Please stand up, James. James is from South Sudan. He's one of my core team members. He's the data analyst, and he's also here to network with you, and hopefully also he will be able to support you when you participate in this upcoming survey. So again, thank you very much to Eaaaca for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to share the work of the International Anti-Corruption Academy. Thank you.
Let us appreciate Samuel once more. Thank you, Samuel, for sharing the work of the International Anti-Corruption Academy. You are doing a great job. Looking at the watch, it's just a few minutes to 1 o'clock, and I want to make a proposal. We have received information that the opening ceremony will be at 2. By that time, the Prime Cabinet Secretary will be here. And therefore, we are proposing that we proceed for lunch. By 2 o'clock, we'll be seated. We'll start with the opening ceremony. Then after that, the other sessions, which are scheduled for this afternoon, will follow after the opening ceremony. So I propose that we proceed for lunch. Once we get out of the door, we have some protocol team who are there. They will guide us on where lunch is served. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
motema efungwa mi na malembe malembe Kongo malembe Kongo kimya na motema kimya malembe malembe Kongo malembe Kongo motema etema motema malembe kongenga maetambola na malenge molimo ya ngoba molimo ya Kongo ebale ya Kenya ebale ya Kenya motema epema na malenge mopepe ya samba pole ya lola epeta malembe molimo ya mai molimo ya samba Maya Congo Maya Congo motema epema na malembe Maya Congo tinyana motema kimya malembe kimya malembe African soul Zamba etoli na malembe pole ya sanza likolo ya mai molimo ya mboka molimo ya Kongo Maya Congo motema epema na malembe Maya Congo kimya na motema kimya malembe African shop ebale tambola na malembe motema epema na kimya likolo pole na mai motema epema na kimya pole ya sanza pole ya sanza motema epema na malembe pole ya sanza pole ya sanza yana motema na kimya. Mupepele kimalembe likolo ya zamba sanze zalikongenga likolo ya mai molimo ya mai molimo ya zamba mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema na malembe mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema na kimya ebale tambola malembe na butu ya kimya pole ya sanza ezali kongenga molimo ya mbuka molimo ya zamba mopepe malembe mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema motema epema mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema na kimya sanzana likolo mainanse motema epema na kimya motema epema na kimya mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema na malembe mopepe malembe mopepe malembe motema epema na kimya kimya motema epema, motema malembe, pole alola, likolo ya mai, mopepeleka, na malembe, molimo ya mboka, molimo ya mai, malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, kimya na motema, kimya malembe, malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, motema lepema, motema malembe. Molimo ya Kongo, ebale ya kimya, motema efungwa mi, na malembe, malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, kimya na motema, kimya malembe, malembe Kongo, malembe Kongo, motema epema, motema malembe. mopepe ya samba. Pole ya lola, ebeta malembe. Molimo ya mai, molimo ya samba. Maya Congo motema epema na malembe. Maya Congo tinyana motema kimya malembe. Kimya malembe, kimya malembe, African soul. Zamba etoli na malembe. Pole ya sanza likolo ya mai. Molimo ya mboka, molimo ya Congo. Maya Congo motema epema na malembe. Maya Congo kimya na motema kimya malembe. Kimya malembe, kimya malembe, African shop. Ebaleta Angola na malembe. Motema epema na kimya. Maya ebaleta Angola na malembe. Mopepe eleki malembe likolo ya mai. Molimo ya mai, molimo ya zamba. Mai malembe, motema epema na Mopepe malembe, motema epema, na malembe. Mopepe malembe, mopepe malembe, motema epema, na kimya. Ebale tambola malembe.
Good afternoon.
Na butu ya kimya.
Kindly let us settle down. We are starting the next 2 minutes. Let us settle down. Those who are outside, please come in. Those who are outside can be encouraged to come in, make your way, and take your seats. So as indicated before we proceeded for lunch, we are starting with the official opening ceremony. The chief guest is already with us and therefore is making his way to this auditorium in the next 2 minutes or so. When he comes, we will start with the official opening ceremony. Then after that, we will proceed with the rest of our program. request that when the chief guest enters the room, we be upstanding until he takes his seat. Let us all be upstanding. Welcome, chief guest. We may have our seats. Thank you. Our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, the President of Eaaaca and Inspector General of Government of Uganda, Honorable Lady Justice Aisha Mbatara, the Vice President of Eaaaca, who is also the Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of EACC, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud, the Vice Chairperson of EACC, Dr. Monica Muiru, Commissioners of EACC,
Colonel Retired Alfred Mushimba, Dr. Cecilia Mutuku, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, Professor Shaukat Abdulrasak, the Deputy Ambassador of the European Union to Kenya, His Excellency Audric Simek, Head of Anti-Corruption Agencies from Eastern Africa, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this session in which we are going to have the official opening of this meeting. Chief guest, we have proceeded with the meeting since morning, and we are glad that you are here. Just before I invite the CEO to take over the program, allow me just to recognize some of the people whom you will be speaking to. Allow me, Chief Guest, to recognize the presence of Lady Justice Aisha Batara from Uganda, the Inspector General of Government. Thank you. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Secretary Chief Executive Officer of EACC, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud. Chief guest, allow me to recognize the presence of the Vice Chairperson of EACC, Dr. Monica Moiro. Allow me to recognize the presence of Commissioner Dr. Cecilia Mutuku of EACC. Allow me to recognize the presence of Commissioner Colonel Retired Alfred Mushimba. Allow me to recognize your own, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, Professor Abdulrasak. Thank you. Allow me to recognize the Director General of PCCB Tanzania, Mr. Crispin Charamira. Allow me to recognize the distinguished presence of the Chief Ombudsman of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Nirele Medellin. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Executive Director of South Sudan Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Jeremiah Guy. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Head of Judicial Police in charge of corruption in Burundi, Brigadier General Joseph Kenyatta. Allow me to recognize the presence of Director General, Zanzibar Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Authority, Mr. Hali Abdallah Hali. Allow me to recognize the presence of Mr. Ibrahim Yunis, the State Inspector, Inspection General of the State of Djibouti. Allow me to recognize the representative of the Federal Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Ethiopia, Mr. Abebe Belete. Thank you. Chief guest, allow me to recognize the head of the Gambia Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Selin Jalo. Allow me, Chief guest, to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Inspectorate of Government of Uganda, Madam Rose Kafero. And Chief guest, allow me to recognize the outgoing Acting General Secretary of Eaaaca, Ms. Munira Hali. Allow me to recognize the presence of the President of ARINEA. ARINEA is a network for asset recovery for East Africa, Mr. Pascal Mangambe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this stage to turn the program to the Chief Executive Officer of EACC, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud, to come and take over and make his remarks. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Mue. Our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, Prime Cabinet Secretary and a Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, Affairs in Kenya. Karibu sana saa. Let me ride on the protocol that has been set by Mr. Mue, just to save on time and adapt that particular protocol. First, let me appreciate and sincerely thank our chief guest for accepting our invitation to grace this occasion. I know, sir, you have just arrived from an overseas trip. For you accepting to come and preside over this function shows the interest you have for the particular subject in discussion. So we really appreciate your presence. Thank you, sir. So, in many occasions where we discuss the subject of corruption, we usually talk about what has not been done, what needs to be done, and where we need to improve. But hardly do we talk about the successes that we have achieved. It's like we always want to talk of the negative. So for today, I just want to mention the positive things that are happening in the field of the fight against corruption in Kenya. Because there are a lot of positive things that have happened in the recent past, and it is important also just to identify just a few of them so that we are not consumed by the negative aspect of, the fight against corruption. Let me, first of all, indicate that the subject for this particular conference is mainly about asset tracing and asset recovery. And just want to demonstrate to you, the people present here, and His Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, that Kenya has made significant progress in this particular field. And I just want to mention a few. In the last 3 years, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission recovered approximately assets worth 7.4 billion shillings and prevented losses of about 10.7 billion Kenya shillings. I just want to give you 4 examples of where we recovered assets and put it to good use, returned it back to the community and the public, which we are benefiting from. And the first one I need to mention is there's some land along Mombasa Road that was recovered by the commission after a long court battle. That land is estimated at about US dollars 38.68 million. It is 56 acres. And after a long court battle, the commission recovered that parcel of land. And currently, we have what we call the affordable housing units that is accommodating 13,264 families in that particular project. That shows you that we don't just recover assets for the sake of it. We recover assets so that the same assets can benefit the public. And that supports the government's approach, or rather the strategy of the bottom-up economic transformation, better known as the BETTER program. In the same area of the affordable housing units, in Mombasa, we have an estate called Mombasa, where we recovered some land that is also estimated to cost about 10.7 million US dollars, about 1.4 billion Kenya shillings. And that site has now been handed over to the same affordable housing project. And on completion, it will accommodate 720 families under the affordable housing project. That shows you that the assets that are recovered back is returned to the public for good use of public. Quickly, the Karura Forest is just here in Nairobi. Karura Forest, about 30 years ago, some 17 acres were illegally acquired by some individual, and the commission just last year recovered that particular parcel of land, which is estimated at approximately US dollars 21.7 million shillings. And all of us who live in Nairobi know the importance of Karura Forest. That particular forest, that land has been reverted and given back to the Kenya Forest Service, and it is now serving the Kenyan public. Finally, there is another island called Chale Island in Kwale. That island was also illegally allocated to some private individuals some time back, and that is a historical site and of cultural significance, and the commission recovered that parcel of land, which is estimated to be about 1.2 billion Kenya shillings. So those are just examples of the recoveries that were made by the commission, which currently have been put to good use by the government. And some of the efforts that are being put by some administrative measures that the Kenya government has put in place in order to address this challenge of corruption. One of the key initiatives is the EGP, the procurement, electronic procurement system, which the EACC is fully using, and actually we were even in the piloting process. So we want to encourage Treasury to continue emphasizing and you know, trying to prompt the other institutions to also utilize this particular system, because we believe if that system is properly deployed, together with the HR, or rather the payroll management system that the Ministry of, I believe the State Department of Public Service is putting up, is also going to have a huge impact in the way we do, you know, recruit, especially in the county governments. Because in the county government, we really do not have a procedure, a proper procedure for hiring and firing staff. So this AGM is not just part of a calendar event of our association, but a clear commitment and determination to unite in the fight against corruption and the promotion of good governance in our region. It is a demonstration of our shared values and a commitment in fulfilling the obligations under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and the African Union Convention on Prevention and Combating Corruption, AUCPCC. Ladies and gentlemen, the nature of corruption is no longer a localized petty offense confined within our national borders. It has become a sophisticated transnational enterprise, transnational enterprise. Economic crimes today involve complex web of illicit financial flows, shell companies, and digital footprints that leap across jurisdictions within seconds. We must acknowledge a sobering truth that no single agency and no single country can win this battle in isolation. When stolen assets are moved across borders, the pursuit of justice must be equally mobile and twice as fast. Our strength lies in our synergy as a region. To turn the tide, we must transition from occasional consultation to seamless cooperation. This cooperation is built on three fundamental pillars. One is intelligence sharing. We must create a robust channel for real-time exchange of actionable intelligence. Knowledge of a suspect's involvement and movement of suspicious transaction should flow as freely between our agencies as the illicit capital we seek to intercept. Two is the mutual legal assistance, or the MLA. We must streamline our legal frameworks to ensure that requests for assistance, whether for witness statements or in freezing of accounts, are met with speed and efficiency rather than bureaucratic inertia. 3 is the asset recovery aspect. The ultimate deterrent to corruption is the knowledge that there is no safe haven for stolen assets. We must work tirelessly to identify, trace, and repatriate assets, ensuring that proceeds of crime are returned to the public to fund schools, hospitals, and infrastructure. As heads of our respective institutions, we are the vanguard of integrity. I urge us all to move beyond signing of memoranda of understanding, MOUs, boardroom consultations, and towards the implementation of practical joint operational frameworks. Let us commit to joint investigations where necessary and shared capacity building programs that harmonize our investigative and prosecutorial standards. When we speak in one voice and act in one accord, we send a clear message to the cartels of corruption. The region is closed for corruption. In conclusion, let this conference reaffirm our shared commitments to innovate, to cooperate, and to act. The task ahead is monumental, but our collective shared vision for a transparent Africa will sustain us. Let us build a future where integrity is not just a policy, but the very foundation of our national integrity. So with those few remarks, it is now my distinct honor to invite the Vice Chairperson, I think it's the President, isn't it? My notes read the Vice Chairperson, but I think I will now invite the President of Eaaaca, Lady Justice. It's good exercise.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary, distinguished heads of anti-corruption agencies, development partners, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great honor as the President of Eaaaca to address this gathering under a theme that strikes at the very core of our mission as an organization, that of promoting the spirit of zero tolerance against corruption and encouraging regional cooperation in preventing and combating corruption. This meeting is convened under the theme, Unmasking Beneficial Ownership in the Fight Against Corruption and Recovery of Assets. This is both timely and urgent because corruption today is no longer hidden in plain sight. It is concealed behind layers of corporate secrecy, shell companies, and complex financial structures that are designed to deliberately obscure the true ownership of illicit wealth and make such wealth much more harder to trace. Corruption continues to undermine governance, erode public trust, and deprive citizens of their respective jurisdictions of essential services. To make corruption less abstract, behind every hidden asset is a school that is not built, a hospital that is not equipped, and an opportunity that is denied. So to confront this reality, we must go beyond surface-level investigations and focus on identifying the true beneficiaries of corruption. The individuals who ultimately control and massively profit from illicit activities,
not only the scapegoats who take the fall for being used as conduits. Unmasking beneficial ownership should therefore not just be a technical exercise for us, it must be a powerful tool for accountability that enables us to trace illicit financial flows, dismantle criminal networks, and ensure that stolen assets are returned to their rightful owners, who are the people. It is therefore important to note that this work cannot be done in isolation. We must work in tandem with other justice players within our jurisdictions, even as we collaborate across our borders. Ladies and gentlemen, since its inception in 2007, the Eaaaca Authority has worked in various ways to achieve what today's theme aspires to be. It is in this spirit that the association established the NAIROBI, precisely to address the challenges that are being faced in the tracing and recovery of illicit financial flows. NAIROBI was built on a simple but powerful idea that effective asset recovery depends on trust, information sharing, and collaboration among the borders. So these efforts are not merely technical. Today, NAIROBI is actively tracing over $1 billion, which is worth of assets across the region and beyond, and has already facilitated the recovery of money in shillings, in millions. This progress of NAIROBI demonstrates what is possible when institutions work together with a purpose and commitment. Had Eaaaca not, these milestones would not have been achieved. So with that said, the complexity of beneficial ownership structures means that our work must continuously evolve. Criminals are becoming more sophisticated, exploiting legal loopholes and jurisdictional gaps. So to stay ahead of our game, we must deepen collaboration, strengthen collaboration, and enhance our cooperation as a region. Coordination remains the cornerstone of our efforts, and corruption does not respect borders, neither should our responses to it. We must ensure that seamless information exchange among ourselves and advocate for the same among our governments, financial institutions, law enforcement agencies, and civil society. Collaboration is equally critical. The fight against corruption is multi-faced and demands a multi-pronged approach. So by Eaaaca pooling its resources and leveraging expertise and building partnerships grounded in trust and mutual respect, we can amplify our collective impact as a region. Cooperation, especially at the international level, is essential to successful asset recovery. Legal and procedural barriers continue to hamper quick repatriation of stolen assets. We must therefore strengthen our mutual legal assistance frameworks and align our legal systems and fully implement global standards, such as those under the UNCAC. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on beneficial ownership transparency, we must also embrace innovation, technology, and data analytics for transforming the way we trace our recovery assets. Digital tools will help us uncover hidden connections, detect suspicious transactions, and build stronger cases. At the same time, we must never lose sight of the human dimension of our work. Behind every illicit asset is a story of injustice, that of communities deprived, and that of trust betrayed, and of futures compromised because of the greed of a few individuals. Our efforts should not be just about recovering money. They should be about restoring lost dignity, rebuilding institutions, and delivering justice to our people. Therefore, as we move forward, let us reaffirm our commitment to unity and solidarity. The strength of Eaaaca lies in its members, in our dedication, our expertise, and our willingness to work together as a region. Let us continue to build this foundation, to innovate, and to push the boundaries of what is possible as asset recovery through ARINEA and our respective institutions. In unmasking beneficial ownership, we are not only exposing corruption, we are dismantling the systems that enable it to thrive. And in so doing, we are bringing ourselves closer to a future defined by transparency, accountability, and shared prosperity. As I conclude, I sincerely thank our chief guests for honoring our invitation to officiate at this meeting. Personally, I am humbled to eventually meet you. I used to follow your political campaigns. They were so interesting, so I am really, really honored to meet you. I also especially extend our appreciation to the CEO, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, for hosting us for this meeting and for your hospitality. We have enjoyed our stay in Nairobi, and we thank your staff and the Secretariat that ensured the smooth running of this meeting. In a special way, I'd like to thank our partners, the German Embassy, the European Union through GIZ, UNODC, and the World Bank for their support to the association and the network. You have been exceptional and dependable. I thank each one of you for attending this very important meeting. Your attendance is an indication of the importance you attach to this meeting. I know that together, in the spirit of collaboration, we'll have an East Africa region free of corruption. Thank you so much.
So, you know, this is Jackson's job. I don't know why. Moe usually is the MC who calls people. But now, so it is my duty now to invite the Vice Chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Dr. Monica Mwiru. Please welcome her.
Our chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. Good afternoon. Before I proceed, chief guest, allow me to pass the apologies of our chairperson, Dr. David Oginde. He is attending a pre-scheduled official engagement. I'm happy to join you today for the Eaaaca Anti-Corruption Conference and opening of their 16th Annual General Meeting. This conference provides a great opportunity to discuss our progress and forge new paths for the shared mandates of fight against corruption, which remains one of the biggest challenges in our nations. Over the past few days, we have moved from technical deliberations to strategic reflection, and now to a collective regional call to action. Distinguished delegates, earlier this week we reaffirmed that asset recovery and beneficial ownership transparency are no longer a peripheral issue. They are central to enforcement, accountability, and economic justice. What we must now do is move beyond merely understanding the problem to systematically dismantling it. Shift from cooperation in principle to operational coordination, and transition from well-developed frameworks to delivering tangible results that citizens can see, experience, and trust. Ladies and gentlemen, we are operating in a rapidly evolving global environment defined by complex financial systems, digital transactions, and virtual assets, and increasingly sophisticated networks of illicit financial flows. As we have heard, corruption today is transnational, adaptive, and deeply embedded within global systems. This reality demands that our response be equally robust, transnational in reach, technologically enabled, and institutionally aligned across borders. Colleagues, if this week is to have meaning beyond these walls, we must focus on making transparency truly enforceable by ensuring that beneficial ownership moves from registers and declaration to actionable intelligence that supports investigations and prosecutions. At the same time, we must make cooperation real-time by fully utilizing platforms such as Alinea to enable swift tracing, freezing, and recovery of assets across jurisdictions. Ultimately, we must ensure that recovery is visible and impactful so that citizens can feel the results because every asset returned is not just an act of enforcement, but a restoration of opportunity and public trust. Eaaaca stands at a pivotal point, and as reflected in our ongoing work and partnerships, we are no longer just a platform for dialogue. We are increasingly becoming a driver of coordinated regional action. The next phase of our work must therefore be defined by implementation discipline, institutional accountability, and measurable outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of East Africa are depending on us to stop and prevent corruption and to reverse its impact. The responsibility rests on us. As we move forward, we are greatly encouraged by the strong support of the government and the recognition that the fight against corruption is not only a governance issue, but also a national, regional, and global priority. It is therefore my distinct honor and privilege to invite our chief guest, a leader who continues to champion governance, regional cooperation, international engagements, His Excellency, Dr. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, to deliver his remarks and officially address this conference. Kindly let us welcome our chief guest, Karibu, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Please be seated. The President of the East African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities and Inspector General of the Government of Uganda, Honorable Lady Justice Naluze Aisha. Now, I move into a delicate territory. Because you have been recognized, and I had it in my preliminary page, let me play safe and recognize that all the leaders who help us fight corruption present in this hall, the Secretary and CEO of the East African Commission for Anti-Corruption and Ethics, Kenya, and the Vice President, Abdi Mohammed. All our diplomatic partners who are represented here, distinguished representatives of ARENA, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me start by apologizing because I was supposed to be here in the morning. But sometimes the nature of our jobs, you can be diverted midstream. So I was diverted because we had to receive His Excellency President Museveni this morning. And he was joining us and joining President Ruto so that they can talk about infrastructure in the continent. And therefore, I had to alter my plans. But I was totally committed after I was approached by Abdi that I should grace your occasion. I did not hesitate, I accepted. And I felt that it would be a very unfortunate day for me if I did not make my presence to this place. So I'm happy that you are patient enough to be able to adjust your proceedings so that I can be with you. At the same time, I think I feel better because I'm addressing you after you've had lunch. Not before. So as the saying goes, there's no free lunch. So here I am, and hopefully, as we talk, the digestive systems will be working appropriately. So good afternoon. It is an honor to welcome you to Nairobi for the 16th Annual General Meeting of the East Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities. Your presence here demonstrates our country's clear and strong commitment to fight corruption, economic crimes, and associated ills. The world now faces a changing financial environment with the emergence of digital currencies, complex company structures, and increasingly sophisticated illicit flows. Corruption has adapted to these new developments. It moves across borders, hides behind paper compliance, and exploits weak disclosure systems. That is why the theme of this conference, Unmasking Beneficial Ownership in the Fight Against Corruption and Recovery of Assets, goes to the very center of the problem. Corruption thrives where anonymity survives. The cost is enormous. The World Bank estimates that more than 2.6 trillion US dollars, or about 5% of the global GDP is lost annually to corruption. The United Nations estimates that the global cost at about $3.6 trillion in bribes and stolen funds. The OECD indicates that public, private, not-for-profit organizations lose about 5% of revenue to occupational fraud each year, while as much as 8% to 25% of public investment disappears through procurement, fraud, and mismanagement. That is money that should be building roads, hospitals, schools, and creating jobs. Instead, it is vanishing into criminal hands. According to the African Development Bank 2025 Economic Outlook Report, Africa is losing more than $587 billion every year through financial leakages, which includes $90 billion in illicit financial flows, $275 billion through profit shifting for multinationals, and $148 billion specifically from corruption. To put that in perspective, the amount lost to corruption annually is far higher than the yearly interest payments made on Africa's debt, meaning that curbing corruption could potentially allow many countries to pay off their debt interest without borrowing or pay for the construction of infrastructure, again without borrowing. In our region, we host some of the continent's strongest reformers alongside some of its most fragile systems. In the Transparency International 2025 Corruption Perception Index, Seychelles scores 68%, the highest in Africa, supported by strong institutions and a stable high-income economy. While South Sudan, nothing personal, and Somalia are the lowest at 9%. These are not just governance indicators, they are also economic signals. I thought I should be blunt as much as possible to speak to this data. The implication is clear. Where corruption is contained, investment thrives and compounds. Where corruption is entrenched, capital leaks and confidence declines and growth stalls. In this sense, corruption operates not only as a governance failure, but as a structural brake on economic transformation across our region. As I mentioned earlier, corruption thrives where anonymity prevails. It hides behind shell companies, as you have rightly said, opaque ownership structures, and weak regulatory oversight. So when we speak about unmasking beneficial ownership, we are really speaking about exposing hidden networks of illicit wealth, restoring integrity to our financial systems, and reclaiming resources that rightfully belong to our people. Kenya's own data tells a disturbing story. The Kenya National Gender and Corruption Survey 2025 shows that 84.3% of bribes are paid before a service is delivered. Remember, I said nothing personal. So I'll speak to these issues as they are based on these records. In other words, corruption is acting as a gatekeeper. The same report shows that 98.6% of those who paid bribes did not report them, and that the average bribe rose from 4,878 Kenya shillings in 2024 to Kenya shillings 6,724 in 2025. This is a 38% jump in 1 year. One of the most damning findings is that many citizens now believe reporting is pointless. This is a demonstration of a crisis of trust. There is another fact that should trouble each one of us. The survey found that respondents aged 65 years and above were often forced to pay bribes simply to access services, while those aged 18 to 64 mostly paid to speed up the process. The elderly are being made to pay to access services tied to healthcare, retirement, documents, and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, that is cruel. We must also confront a troubling trend, the suggestion that promotion can be bought. That is theft of merit, morale, and public confidence. The survey reported that the average bribe for securing a government job was Kenya shillings 85,000, while promotion-related bribery averaged 1,600 Kenya shillings. A public officer's effort must count more than a bribe. If it does not, then the service is being quietly auctioned from within. The same survey, however, also tells us something encouraging. One of the main reasons citizens refused to pay a bribe was that they believed it was not the right thing to do. At 31.9%, that tells us integrity is still alive in our society. It is waiting to be protected and encouraged. That is the opportunity before us. Despite these challenges, Kenya is not standing still. We have built and continue to strengthen our governance, legal and institutional architecture. The Penal Code continues to provide the foundational criminal framework for offenses such as fraud, theft, and abuse of office, upon which more specialized anti-corruption laws have since been built. The Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act has long criminalized corruption and economic crimes. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act establishes and empowers the EACC as the primary agency in the fight against corruption, while the Leadership and Integrity Act operationalizes Chapter 6 of the Constitution by setting clear standards of conduct for public officers. The Anti-Bribery Act covers bribery in both public and private entities. The Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act targets money laundering and asset recovery. The Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Act of 2023 extended beneficial ownership disclosure to foreign companies and amendments to the Companies Act, together with the beneficial ownership regulations which require companies and LLPs to file beneficial ownership information. These frameworks are operationalized through key institutions, including the Financial Reporting Center, which serves as Kenya's financial intelligence unit for monitoring suspicious transactions. The Assets Recovery Agency, which is mandated to trace, preserve, and recover proceeds of crime, and the Central Bank of Kenya, whose regulatory and supervisory framework plays a critical role in enforcing compliance within the financial sector. The Witness Protection Act provides a framework for protecting witnesses in criminal and related proceedings. Kenya has also enacted the Virtual Assets Service Providers Act to regulate digital asset transactions and close emerging risks associated with virtual currencies and anonymous financial flows. Most recently, the enactment of the Conflict of Interest Act has further strengthened the anti-corruption framework by imposing clearer disclosure obligations, tighter restrictions on public officers, private interests, and stricter penalties for breaches, thereby closing long-standing gaps that have often enabled influence peddling and self-dealing within public decision-making. Further, the Public Benefits Organization Act is also an important reform. It commenced in 2024 and replaced the old NGO regime with a newer regulatory framework for public benefit organizations. That matters because corruption does not only hide in government offices. It can also hide in non-profit structures, donor flows, weak reporting systems, and opaque procurement. Taken together, Kenya has put in place over 10 pieces of legislation targeting corruption, financial crime, transparency, and accountability. A clear indication that the legal foundation is not the weakness. The greater challenge now lies in consistent enforcement and effective implementation. Kenya's efforts are also aligned with global standards, particularly those set by the Financial Action Task Force, of which we are a member. The FATF's peer review framework places strong emphasis on beneficial ownership, transparency as a critical tool in combating money laundering, illicit financial flows, and the concealment of criminal proceeds. I must say, as we stand today, we are not doing very well in that area, so we have to work at it. The evidence that our reforms matter is also there. And indeed, the CEO has touched on some of this. In its 2024-25 report, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission reported that in the execution of its mandate, it finalized and forwarded 175 investigation files on corruption, economic crimes, and ethical breaches to the Director of Public Prosecutions for review. The Commission recorded 33 convictions on cases of corruption and unethical conduct, traced 22.9 billion in illegally acquired and unexplained assets, recovered 3.4 billion in corruptly acquired assets, and averted loss of public funds estimated at Kenya shillings 16.5 billion through proactive investigation. So it is true, there's the other side to it. If we commit, we can achieve good results. Yet corruption remains in some forms. While we have established legal and institutional frameworks, their effectiveness is still constrained by gaps in implementation. In some cases, preventive mechanisms have become procedural rather than impactful. I'll repeat that. Preventive mechanisms have become procedural rather than impactful. Take, for example, the Public Officers Asset and Wealth Declaration System. Without robust verifications, risk-based targeting, and meaningful enforcement, it risks becoming a compliance exercise rather than a credible tool for detecting illicit enrichment or supporting mechanisms such as unexplained wealth proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, We could think of a society as a large mansion with many rooms. The Christians in this room have that famous plaque in various houses which says, "My father's mansion has many rooms." I'm sure you're familiar with that plaque. The public sector is one room in this mansion. If one room is dirty, the whole mansion feels it. But corruption does not stay in one room. It also originates from private corporations, civil society, business networks, and even religious institutions, where trust is abused and accountability is surrendered. I even forgot to put parliament. Transparency International warns that the private sector plays a significant role in large-scale bribery and money laundering, with illicit funds moving across borders through financial systems and professional enablers. This must therefore be a whole of society battle. We cannot leave it to you alone. It must be a whole of society battle. Public servants must discharge their mandate with discipline and courage. The private sector must reject bribery as a cost of doing business. Civil society must keep watch. The media must continue asking difficult questions. Citizens must refuse to normalize theft disguised as facilitation, because each of us either strengthens the culture of integrity or feeds the culture of impunity. There is no neutral ground. In fact, even lately, the IEBC is doing voter registration. And politicians are talking of going to facilitate voter registration. Young people who have the ID, who are ready, are waiting to be greeted by a politician in order to go and register as a voter. This is unacceptable. You cannot be condemning the government on one side, and here is your greatest opportunity to prepare yourself to put in place the government that you deserve, and you're asking to be facilitated to go undertake that exercise. Serious contradiction. The latest IMF Regional Economic Outlook for Sub-Saharan Africa 2026 advocates for the need for Africa to harness artificial intelligence for development as a strategic necessity. The report avers that AI can raise efficiency in sectors that have constrained growth, from agriculture to public services, by augmenting workers' capabilities, improving decision-making, and lowering transaction costs. In public administration, AI-enabled analytics can also strengthen tax and customs compliance, improve risk targeting, and support more effective delivery of social assistance. In finance, alternative data and improved fraud detection can help expand access to credit and deepen financial inclusion if supported by sound safeguards. Such innovative measures are critical for Africa's transformative approach to dealing with corruption. Our region is not alone in confronting this challenge. Transparency International's 2025 Corruption Perception Index shows the global average has fallen to 42%, with more than 2/3 of countries scoring below 50%. Only a handful of countries score above 80. Western Europe and the European Union average 64, while Asia Pacific average 45. The message is clear. Where institutions are stronger, corruption is weaker. The per capita income patterns is equally instructive. World Bank data shows that Denmark's GDP per capita in 2024 was about $71,000, Sweden's about 57,000, France about 46,000, and Singapore's about 90,000 USD. These are economies where integrity systems are stronger and institutional trust is higher. The point is not that income automatically eliminates corruption. It is that clean institutions create the conditions for higher income, better investment, more predictable growth. Corruption taxes growth, and integrity compounds it. When we examine this relationship more closely, a clearer pattern emerges. What we may describe as an integrity income gap, there is a near linear relationship between a country's corruption score and its per capita income. Regions that control corruption more effectively tend to achieve higher and more stable income levels, while those that do not remain trapped in low-value economic cycles. Comparatively, data from the 2026 illustrates this clearly. Western Europe, with the average corruption perception index, scores about 66%. Records GDP per capita of over $72,000, reflecting high efficiency and low business risk. East Asia, which scores about 45 to 55%, achieves average incomes of about $36,000, showing that growth can occur even where corruption exists, often in the so-called speed money. But sub-Saharan Africa, with an average CPI score of 32 and a GDP per capita of roughly $6,500, presents a different picture. Here, corruption is more extractive than facilitative. It does not accelerate activity, it drains it. The distinction is critical. In some regions, corruption distorts efficiency. In ours, it often removes capital from the economy entirely through illicit financial outflows, weak procurement systems, and opaque ownership structures. That is why growth outcomes differ so sharply. It is also why integrity reform must be understood not only as a moral obligation, but as an economic strategy. The same Transparency International report links lower corruption to better access to justice, stronger public services, and more open civic space. It shows that full democracies average a CPI score of 71%, compared with 47 for flawed democracies, and 32 for non-democratic systems. The lesson is clear. When institutions weaken, corruption finds room to grow. The fight against corruption is not a side issue. It is a development, democracy, security, and competitiveness issue. It is, in truth, a nation-building issue. When citizens lose confidence in their institutions, the cost is measured in weaker compliance, lower tax morale, reduced investment, and slower growth. The cross-border nature of corruption is also why the government of Kenya is currently undertaking the development of a foreign assets registration framework. Such actors are commonly referred to as lobbyists, where individuals or entities act on behalf of foreign interests in public debate, policy, or legislation. There must be disclosure of who they are, whom they represent, what they are doing, and how they are funded. This is not a novel or restrictive approach. Comparative frameworks exist in established democracies, including the United States, under its Foreign Agents Registration Act, which requires registration and public disclosures of such activities. This is not hostility to diplomacy or business. It is transparency. And transparency is the only legitimate foundation for influence in a democratic society. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been letting this loophole go. There are people walking government corridors, walking legislative corridors, influencing our legislation, influencing very serious potential financial outlays in terms of how our budget will be structured. But they don't disclose who they represent. They don't disclose how much they are being paid. They don't pay tax. But their lobbying can make a massive difference between whether a Kenyan citizen will receive medicine or not receive medicine. If you are a lobbyist in the US today or you want to go, you have to disclose. And people must know how much you are being paid and what is the nature or target of your lobby. In Kenya, it is not happening. We must put a stop to this. Let everybody lay bare their intentions. Let us all be transparent and let the government of Kenya earn some money through taxes for these lobbying funds that you earn. The answer to the challenges facing us in the war against corruption requires strengthening of prevention, enforcement, and coordination mechanisms. We need real-time data sharing across agencies, stronger beneficial ownership verification, faster asset recovery, protection for whistleblowers, cleaner procurement systems, stronger audits, and a more disciplined public service culture. At the regional level, the East African, it's a long one. The Eaaaca and the NAIROBI must remain central platforms for cooperation, intelligence sharing, and denying criminals safe havens. We are not meeting as isolated states. This is an East African conversation, and even beyond, from the people who have been introduced here today. We are bound together by trade, borders, financial systems, and shared vulnerabilities. When corruption finds a loophole in one jurisdiction, it does not remain there. It adapts, moves, and expands. That is why our response must be regional, coordinated, and faster than the networks we are confronting. Ladies and gentlemen, I took some time because when Abdi requested me, I thought I should reflect a little more about this subject. You know, you people don't have many friends. Yeah? You don't have many friends. When you appear to have a cup of tea somewhere with somebody, after a while the person rushes off and pays a bill and disappears, or walks away from that table because they forget you're human beings. Yeah? They forget you're human beings, so they tend to run away from you or to shy away. But as they say, some of these things come with the territory. So you guys are in that center stage. We rely on you. We depend on you. We look forward to your commitment so that we can succeed in the war against corruption. So take heart that as much as you may not have many friends, the world and the country really needs your input, your work, and the impact that you will produce, because with it you'll unlock so much potential for so many others. So, as much as you don't have friends, remember God is with you. With those remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the 16th Annual General Meeting of the East Africa Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities officially opened. Thank you. God bless Kenya, Africa, and the world. Asanteni sana.
We may be seated. A hearty round of applause for the chief guest. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks. At this stage, I want to humbly request you to come over and receive a plaque, a souvenir from the association, and you'll also receive a second one from EACC for honoring the invite by the CEO. And therefore, the first one will be presented to you by the President of the Association, Lady Justice, and the Vice President, the CEO, EACC. So, sir, I welcome you to come. The person with the plaque, you bring the plaque. Yeah. So maybe at the center. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Then I will request Monira to take back the plaque so that we take the first photo also for the three. The EACC plaque will be presented by the Vice Chair and the CEO, and therefore invite the Vice Chair and still request the President of the Association to remain. Vice Chair. Farida receive it back, then we have the second photo for the 4. After that, I will invite the heads of the anti-corruption authorities to join them for the 3rd photo. And Madam Monira, the General Secretary, you can join them. Heads of anti-corruption authorities. Yeah. Then commissioners, the 2 commissioners of EACC, Commissioner Motuku and Commissioner Kano, and PS, you can join in this photo. The Chief Ombudsman? Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise,
yeah. Thank you so much. I humbly request that we go back to our seats. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for agreeing to take photos with us. I am informed by your team you have another engagement, and I would want to request you leave at your pleasure. We will be able to proceed with the next session of our program. When you are leaving, of course, members of the front bench will see you off. Thank you. Thank you. We may have our seats. I will request that we take a 5 minutes of the break. Then when we return, the General Secretary, Madam Monira, will guide the program. I retire at this point. Thank you.
Motema epema, motema malembe. Pole alola, likolo ya mai.
Ilanga liphuma ezintabeni, umhlaba ukhanya ngobuhle,
Izinyoni ziyakhula phezulu, izwi lethu liyaphakama, siyavuma izwi lase-Afrika, sihlangene ngenhliziyo, ubuntu uyasikhanyisa, simi ndawonye sonke.
imifula ihamba kancane, ihlathi liphefumula impilo.
Siyabonga ngalo mhlaba
ogcwele uthando nobuhle.
Siyavuma,
Siyavuma
izwi lase-Afrika,
izwi lase-Afrika,
sihlangene ngenhliziyo,
ngenhliziyo.
ubuntu uyasikhanyisa,
simi ndawonye sonke.
simi ndawonye sonke.
Ngesikhathi sobunzima simasiqine njengamadwala, amandla ethu angaphakathi ayasiphakamisa njalo.
Siyavuma,
Siyavuma
izwi lase-Afrika,
izwi lase-Afrika,
ngenhliziyo,
ngenhliziyo.
ubuntu uyasikhanyisa,
simi ndawonye sonke.
simi ndawonye sonke.
Izingane ziyahleka phansi, izihlahla zibukela phezulu, impilo iyaphila phakathi kwethu, ngothando olungapheli.
Siyavuma, izwi
Siyavuma
lase-Afrika,
izwi lase-Afrika,
ngenhliziyo,
ngenhliziyo.
ubuntu uyasikhanyisa,
simi ndawonye sonke.
simi ndawonye sonke.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start the final session of our meeting today. So I kindly request you to make your way back to the hall. Those who are outside, kindly make your way back to the hall so that we save time. Thank you.